Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 16-part video series showing you how to create BRAB house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. And once it's open, let's go to the architecture and click on grid line, or you can type in GR. Once we do, we're gonna create a vertical grid line first. So here I'm adding a vertical grid line. Make sure it's 90 degrees and then click. And then we can now press escape and then escape again. After that, click on the grid line again, and we could click on the copy command right here under modify, or you could type CO and then grab it and make sure you put it on the right side and it's not on the angle. So as you can see, I'll make sure that there's no angle involved. So I'm just gonna pull it on the right side and then type in 3245. So that's one. Let's do it again. But this time, make sure multiple is checked so that we could do multiple grid lines at the same time, and we don't need to click on the copy command. So this one, type in 3727. Now that's we're done, we can now press escape and then escape again. Zoom out, and then now we're gonna grab everything and just move it on the middle. So we just want it to be centered. So I'm just centering it by moving and then holding on my left mouse button and then just dragging it. Then let's add in our horizontal. So type in GR. So that's for the grid line, or you could go to architecture and then press this. Zoom in. We're gonna go and create our horizontal. So from here on the right side to the left side, make sure you're not in an angle, and then click on the left side. As you can see, it started putting number 4 because it's on sequence. What we need to do is press escape twice, and then now click on the grid bubble. And then now, once you click it, you'll be able to edit. We're gonna add in, or we're gonna type in A, capital A, and then press on the space. So once we do that, we can now type in CO and then grab it. Make sure multiple is checked so that we can do multiple grid line. And then now that it's pulled down, make sure again that you're not in an angle. And then type in 54, 50. Next is 26, 35. And then lastly, 65, 72. Then press escape and then escape. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our dimensions. But before that, we need to clean up our lines. So we're still in the middle, so that's perfect. The reason that I want it in the middle is because of this elevations. So once we click our elevation, it will be shown whatever's inside of this or in view range of this. So if it's right here, it won't be able to see it, but at least if it's in the middle, it will be shown. Obviously, you can extend those view, but we want to make sure that at least it's on the left side or right side or on the side of each of this. So you can also grab it and then extend it right here if you have a big floor plan. So what I'm gonna clean up is the lines. I'm gonna click one line, and as you can see here, there's a dash line. Those lines represent that once you move this, everything will move all together. So I'm gonna move it, and as you can see, everything move. This one, we could move it as well, just a little bit like that. I'm giving some space here so that we could add in our dimensions later on. Now we're gonna click on the vertical. I'm gonna extend it a little bit as well so that we could add in dimension here. But on this side, we don't need this much. So we're gonna pull it up like so. Again, right here. So that's perfect. If you want both grid bubbles to be shown, you just need to click on this one. So individually, you need to do that so that it will be shown on whatever ends you want. So for me, this is enough. Usually, if I have a big floor plan, I will turn that on or check it so that every chances that I have, I will be able to visualize where I am. Okay, so now let's you can type in DI or you could click on this. Usually this part is at the top, but for me, I just move it right here. It's easier and everything will be shown on my screen. So now you can type in DI or just click this. And then I'm gonna click on every grid line like so. And then I will put an overall. So that's good. I'm gonna do the same thing right here. Every grid line first, and then an overall. So that's perfect. I'm happy with this. And then now we could press escape and then escape again. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add an exterior wall. So we're gonna click here under architecture. And most of the time, newer Revit has pre-installed walls that are included here. What I have is a Revit 2020 and we have generic wall, which doesn't have any materials inside. But usually I use generic so that it's easier for me. I don't need to set up all the stuff. But if you have an earlier version or a newer version of Revit, what you can do is you can just select one of this, edit type, duplicate, and then put in exterior wall number 1, press OK, edit type, and we just need to delete this. So I'm going to highlight the top, delete it, you won't be able to delete the core boundaries in between it and the core boundaries. You cannot delete those. So let's delete this. And then what we could do here is we could just change this to a material that we want. And for the thickness of the exterior wall, let's set this to 150. Press OK and then OK. We want to make sure that this is connected from level 1 to level 2. And then the location line will be center line and chain is checked. So now that we're ready to add our walls, so let's go to A1 up to A3, go down to D3, go back here at to D2 around 200. So you can go up and then type in 200 and then go back to around D1 and go back here to A1. But we're gonna press escape and we're going to extend this to 400. Okay, so I'm assuming that, so instead of here, let's do it on this side. So I'm gonna click here. I'm going to type in CS, which is the create similar. So the reason that I'm doing that so that we could just reuse the wall that we just used. So now type in 400 and then now close it up like so. Type in TR, which is trim and extend, which is under modify, this icon, and then let's trim this. We need to trim this as well, so trim this. So now we have our model ready. So the exterior wall is done. Now let's go back to architecture, click on wall. We will edit this type and then duplicate. Now we're going to change this to interior wall. And then you want to make sure that this is number 1 and then press OK and then OK. And then actually we need to edit again because we want our thickness to be 100 only. And then the material, let's change this to something white. So I'm gonna choose gypsum moldboard and then OK and then OK. Now we can add in our interior wall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select it here and then so go to C3 and going back down to D2. But before we connect each other, we need to align the faces right here. So I'm gonna press AL. I'm gonna align this to this face because this is a lot thinner. And then now press escape and then you need to connect them all together. So now that's connected, we can then extend this all the way to C1. Okay, and then press escape and then click on the wall again, type in CS, create similar. So that's a fast way of selecting or redoing whatever you have, and then selecting it, and then you'll be able to access those things again easily. You don't need to keep on clicking stuff. So that's easy. And then click on this one again, and then CS. We're gonna add in a wall onto this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a wall right here first. Press escape and then click on that wall. But instead of here, I want to change this to refer it right here. From here, I could select this temporary dimension and I will type in 2050. So it will be 2050 from this wall. After that, we can now select this wall and extend it at the top here. So just extend that a little bit, because this will be our kitchen and this will be the powder room area. Okay, so fridge will be here. It will be an L kitchen, L-shaped kitchen with an island. This will be the family room, dining room, where the stairs are, and the garage right here. Or we could make this one a carport. So depending on what we decide. And then here will be the entrance. So using our interior wall, CS. So I was able to click that, and then we're gonna add in a wall right here. This will be for our closet space here. This will be around 1000, and this is around 1500. So that's more than enough for this area. So let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in our grid lines. We added dimensions so that you guys can follow. And also, we added interior and exterior walls. So here we're gonna continue working on this, but let's go to our elevation so that we can start adding second floor later on. But here we just want to add in another level, so our roof line. But here we're gonna edit the height of our level 1 to level 2. So that will be around 3000. And then our level 2 are still selected. You can type in CO. So that's copy under modify. You can just pull it up. And then you can also type in 3000. Or you can just click it from there. Press escape and then escape. Let's pull this up. So let's pull this like that. We can even add in dimensions for our elevation. So that will be good once we have everything set up, and then we could create some sheet. So here we need to pull this up a little bit like so, and then let's pull this one down and this one. So everything is clear. So now let's go back to our level 1. But when you notice on your floor plan, level 3 is not showing yet. So what you have to do is you need to go to View, and then under View, go to Plan Views, Floor Plan, and select the level 3. So at least now everything will be shown and a level is created for you. So that's done. Let's go to level 1 again and continue working on here. So what we need to do is we need to select this interior wall, and what we could do is we could create an opening. So just click on the wall and then click wall opening. It will have, you will have to select twice here referring to the opening. So let's type in, let's click on this one, and it's easy to edit anyway. So now we could just type here 750. So at least you'll be able to manually set all of this, or if you want it by looking only, you can just select it here and then you will be able to move it manually right here as well. So I'm just gonna undo that so that it's undo again so that it's 750 the way I want it to be open like that. We can also do it or open it later on. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then here, this will be our garage. So we will have a powder room right about here and a closet space. This will be a closet space as well. And this will be the dining area. Now, what we could do is we could add in our stairs. So go to architecture, click on stairs, and as you can see, everything will be based on level 1 to level 2. And what we just need to do is we could just select everything or sketch it, and it will be done automatically. What we could edit is the desired number of stairs. What I usually want is an even stairs. So here you can see that it's 17. I rather do it 16 and then apply. And then from there, it could fix it itself. It could calculate how many more or the height or the length of the thread and riser. So here, I'm just gonna select it like so. So here at the bottom, it will tell you how many you still have and how or remaining. So now I want it to be 8 and 8. So once I have it there, I'm gonna move it on this side and create the second 8. There we go. And now just click finish first. We just want to select those all or the stairs and just move it on the or just positioning it. So I just want to position it like so. And we still have enough room. Let me check. I believe this is 1000, around 1000. So that's perfect. So 1100. And now we could just edit the stairs, and we could edit this spot. Okay. And then now what we could do is we could click on this one and extend it right here. As you can see, it's 1000. I believe we could do it 150 or 1050 on each side. So I'm just fixing the other temporary dimensions. Sometimes it acts up. So I'm just trying to move it here, but it doesn't like me to move. Okay. So now we could put 1050. There we go. And then after we do that, I'm just gonna maximize this like that. And I want to make sure that this is all shown like that. And just keep on editing. Okay, so now we have our stairs. So I'm happy with the stairs. Probably I'm not happy with the amount of tread, but it is what it is. Um, Let me just check our walkway here. So 960, that's good enough, I believe. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in another wall right here. So I'm gonna click on this interior wall, CS, and let's add this. So we're gonna add a wall right here. I'm gonna do around probably 1100. So that's good enough for our powder room. And then we're gonna make another, or we're gonna add another wall. This is for the closet right here. And the closet space, I want it to be around maybe 650. So that's good enough. And then here, we're gonna open this up. So the way that I want to open this up is I'm gonna slice this and then just gonna pull this wall about here. So SL, so that's under modify, and it's the icon right here, split element. Click on the wall. Once you split it, you can now then pull this up like that and pull this as well. So that's easy access from the garage or the carport, depending on what we want. we will be able to access right here once we park, and then this will be somewhat a mud room, powder room, and then some of some closet space, and then you could either go up or down the stairs. And then here we have everything right here. We have an opening, and then obviously we're gonna open, or this is the garage, so we have the door right here. For this space, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend this a little bit. I just want to have a little nook on this spot, and I'm gonna close it off. So I'm gonna select this CS, and then let's close it up a little. So we have an entrance door opening here. We have our dining area here, our dining room, family room, and kitchen. What we could do is we could insert and load families. So here, what we could do is let's go to plumbing, architecture, and then fixtures. And then here we could have our water closet. We have a 2D water closet right here. We don't need to add the 3D. It's easier for our file to just add 2D. It's because we're not gonna show it anyway on 3D. So once you load it, you can type in CM because you don't need to go here, architecture, click on the component, or click on this, place component, and then look for your stuff. So at least once you load it, place it afterwards. It's easier. And then you just need to type in CM, and then you can place it. Unless you're loading some walls, doors, and other system families, you will need to go to the door itself or the window itself. You will need to still click it. So the door is DR and the windows is WN. And you will need to type those so that it's faster for you. So now let's load in the sink. So let's go back, fixtures, sink. Let's add this and then type in CM. And then here you just need to place it right there. Press escape and then escape again. Okay. So now this one is too big, but if we see something smaller, so let's look for another one, another sink that is smaller in size. So we're just gonna leave it for now, and then we could just change it later on. Once we see anything that interests me, I could do that. Let's add in annotate detail line, and I want demolish to be added. This will refer to the closet. So there, we're gonna add in 2 lines. So that's the closet space, and let's add it here. So just those theta line is just for you guys to know that we have a closet right there. And then now let's go back to architecture and let's add in our floor. So click on floor. Here I'm gonna choose this, edit type, duplicate, floor number 1, edit, and then click edit again. Thickness, let's do 200. And then for the material, let's go right here, or let's go and type in stone. So whatever stone that we have, here I have it right here under here. So I could just pull it up and then use this as my material. So once you're done, we could use this pick line. So we're just gonna add it from the interior part of the wall. And then once you do, we just need to clean up, especially for this part. So TR, I want to make sure that we only have one there. So I think I double click there. So that's why I want to make sure. So everything looks good. We can now click on finish. And there you have it. We have our floor right here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the stairs and insert some plumbing fixtures. Here, we're gonna continue working on this. Um, we are going to add in the kitchen. So what I'm gonna select is the section. We're gonna create a section line right here in order for me to see it. So press escape once you add this, and then you can basically click it here or go here on this section. So here I'm just gonna double click here and it automatically will go you to here. So once we're here, we're able to select or create stuff from this, and we will be able to select the face that we want to. So let's go back to level 1. We're going to create the shell, and then from the shell, we're going to create some cabinetries out of it. So we're going to create it using in place mask. So go to your component, drop down, model in place, and then look for generic model. After that, click on extrusion, and then now we're going to create a rectangle. The fridge will be on this spot, so I'm going to give a room. So this one, we're gonna set this around 650. Around 700 will be good enough. And then on the other side as well, a rectangle, and about right here. Set this to 700 as well. And then once we have our L shape, we can now trim and then delete the middle. So now we're set. We could delete this and then trim it properly so that we don't have overlapping as well. So here we could give it around 850 room from this wall. And then now we can click finish. Another way is we could go to our 3D. So don't click finish yet. We're still gonna click here and do some void form. Okay, so now we're selecting this. We can then go to our section view so that we know the height that we're setting it. So here I'm just gonna use this. Around 900 would be good. That's about right. And then go to your 3D and then now click create again. So this one we could set the material. So the material that I'm gonna set is so let's use this white stucco. So I'm gonna set that there. And then now let's go back here in the create and click void form. We're gonna create a void form sweep. And then here we're gonna pick the path first. We're gonna tell Revit that we want the void to be running on the exterior part of this. So once you pick that, click finish, and then after that, go back here onto modify, and then edit profile. Once you edit profile, you will have this. Click on rectangle, and then from here, we could make our kick plate or our bottom plate. So around 100 and around 80. Yes. So now click finish, and then after that click finish again by clicking modify, and we have our void form. So now it looks like cabinets now. Okay, go back to level 1 and let's create our top. So go back to architecture, model in place, generic model. This will be an extrusion again. Let's use the same one. So let me look into that again. I forgot the name, plaster, and then we chose wall texture stucco. So stucco, No, I'm sorry, this is a top, so it needs to be something stone. So let's use granite. And then here we just need to use our pick lines so that we could go around this. And then now we could just trim it out to size and click finish and then go back to 3D and then pull it up first before you click finish. You can also click finish now and then just do your editing here as well. The good thing about model in place is it's very modded. You can you can mod it easily depending on your liking. So what I usually go do is pull it up like that. AL, so align. I'm gonna align it to the face and then to the bottom face of the top. And then most of the time it's only 1 inch, 25.5, around 25 millimeters. Okay, so that looks about right. So we have our top and we set the material properly. It's gonna be something like that. Okay, let's do our top. For our top, we could do this at the same time as well from the bottom. So, model in place, generic model. This is another extrusion, but the same stucco as the bottom. So I just want the same one. Or actually, I changed my mind. We can change a different tone of wall material. So it's better to change it up. Let's use the Sako scores instead. So that once we're in Twinmotion, we could change that. Here, let's do it again. But now, if you notice, it's about a bit shorter, around 400. That will be good. And then here again, around 400 would be good. Now let's trim it up. Okay, and then trim this. Click finish. Don't click finish first. And click finish now. And I want it to be all the way at the top. What we could do is we could use align as well, so that it's absolutely at the top of the wall. And then don't worry, we're gonna add in more so that it will look like it's a drawer. Some drawers, some cabinetry right there. So let's insert the fridge. So I just want to make sure that we have the proper size of fridge. So go to insert, go back here, specialty equipment, domestic, and then we could have it at mid-range we have some of the equipments right here. We could use the fridge, which is this one. Now let's go to level 1 and then CM, and then we have the fridge right here. You can turn it around by pressing space bar. Let's add it here for now. You can click the fridge, and then what you could do is you could click edit. We don't want the text anymore, so uncheck this. Apply, and then OK. Now we should align it, AL, align it right here at the wall, and then align it from there. And then this wall, we're gonna push it a little bit like there. What I'm planning to do is I want to add a case here, so a different case from the rest. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click here and then pull this back a little, even here. So I'm gonna do that on all of them. So align. And here I'm gonna pull this at least in the middle so that I could create the shell as well. Now, if we look at it, so we're gonna create another section looking here. Now press escape and then double click here. You will now see our fridge is looking good. Let's set our materials. So I want to make sure that there's materials set already, so which is good. We have everything. Now let's add in. So for the cupboard, let's align it from the top of here. So AL. So at least we have a gauge of how big we have, and everything is aligned. We're also gonna add in a backsplash, so that will be nice as well. And then here we could add in a model in place again. So generic model. This is another material, another extrusion as well. So we're gonna pick a plane. We're gonna pick this wall and then change the materials first. So for me, so that I could set different materials later on, is I put everything on different materials for now on Revit, so that once we're in Twinmotion, I could set it differently. So I don't need to go back and forth. So now I'm gonna do it like this, and then another one right here. So we could delete that. SL, type in SL, that's the split element that we did earlier. Press escape after that, TR. Now we could trim. Now it's a case for this. Click finish, and then we could set it up right here so that we can push it just about right here and click finish. We could click align it to this wall, so we could just manually do it from the face like that. Now if we look at it at 3D, it's looking like that. It's a much better looking kitchen right now. We just need more cabinetry, like the face of the cabinet. We need that to be added. We need to add some voids if we need to. Similar idea. If we need a void here, we need to edit this place and then click create a void. And then because this is different to this one, we need a void as well right there. So now, so let's do the island. So let's go to level 1 again, zoom out, and then let's add in the island right here. So I'm gonna click architecture again, drop down component, model in place, and then click on generic model. This will be generic model number 5, extrusion, and then this will be, let's use rectangle, and most of the time I like it right about here. I just want to make sure that we have enough room for people to walk by. So that's good enough. Okay, and this is big enough. We could just move this one a bit backward like this so that we could put in some chairs right here. And we should align it right here. So AL. So I'm happy with the island. Now let's change the material. Okay, so let's use a different, so let's use this. Click finish. I'm gonna see it on our first section and I'm gonna pull it up. Similar height, and then don't click finish yet. Go back to level 1. We need to create the top. So go to create again, extrusion, and then here we're gonna extend it a bit right here. So like a island counter. So AL on this side, and then here let's put it right here. So I'm happy with this. Click, before you click finish, let's change the material. Another stone. And let's use this stone. Click apply, OK, and then click finish. And let's go to 3D. We could click finish because we could just pull this up by itself. So actually, let's edit in place and then let's pull this up first. Let's pull this one a bit far like that so that I could align it from the base face to this face. So I know everything is aligned like that. And then I'm gonna align it to this face as well. So everything is aligned all together. And then now we can click finish. So everything is looking good. We have our living room here. And then we just need to finish up adding all those detailed here. So I'm happy with this. And let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the kitchen. And here we're gonna continue working on this. So first, let's go to level 1 and click on this section. So we're gonna do this the addition here first, and later on we're going to move the section so that this won't appear, or we could hide this as well. So depending on what we want, we could just hide this and do it like that. So now let's add in some model in place. So it will be another generic model. And then let's do an extrusion. Press OK. We're going to use the face of this. And then let's add in those cabinets. First, usually I just want to add something like this. And then I will divide it again with this. Usually I do is around 15. So between 15 would be good. So at least it's noticeable. And then I'm just gonna delete those lines, small lines that we created through the rectangle. And then I'm just gonna keep on copying this. Sorry, let's rotate. And then let's copy this like that. And with that, we could manually adjust everything. Okay, so now that it looks okay, we could then, I'm just gonna move it a little bit like that, or maybe at the top or at the bottom. Yeah, oh no, sorry, I'm just gonna leave it like this. I think that's good enough. And then SL, so we need to split this element from here and then on the bottom as well. And then trim it. And then once you're done, we could just click finish. And then let's look at it at level 1. And we want or on 3D, and we just want to push it at the back like this. I think that's good enough. Click finish, and then we have it. We could maybe lower it later on so that we have, but we wanted to make it look slick, so maybe that's good enough there. Now let's do this part. So let's go to level 1 and move this right here because the view is around this imaginary line or this broken lines, right? Which one that you see, and then it basically focus on this one. So now that we move it, this won't be appearing anymore. So now double click it again there, and then now we could basically create something similar like this over here. Okay, so I'm gonna add probably 4. So let's go to architecture, model in place, generic model, and then extrusion. We need to pick a plane, and then we're gonna use this plane. Same idea, we need to create this. Later on, from the top, we need to extend it so that it covers the extrusion part that we're gonna create here. And then here, let me see where the center line is. We need to move it a little bit. And then from here, let's do 15 as well. Let's make it consistent. So roughly right here. And then let's delete the small lines at the top that we created from the rectangle. Now we just need to copy and then estimate it somewhere. I think it's more than this. It's around 6, which is fine. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So that's 6. Obviously, you can do this equally, but we don't have time for that. So I'm just manually doing it and eyeballing it. Now type in SL and then split all of this. Okay, then TR, trim and extend. Okay, then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. What I forgot to do is to set the materials as well from the top. So we need to set the materials here and then do some edit at the top as well. Let's go to paint. There's nothing there. Let's go some plastic. And from here, let's do this. Okay, I'm happy with this and click finish. Now I'm just gonna edit this. I want to make sure that we need to change the material right here. So go to plastic as well. And let's add this red. So all the top part will be red, and then the bottom would be the one that we added earlier. So this part is done. Let's do the other side. So this part, we need to move it here so that it's not appearing right here. So double click, press escape first and double click again. So now let's do this. Architecture, component, model in place, and then generic model again. This will be generic model 8. Pick a plane. We're gonna pick this plane. So press tab so that you can toggle around on different faces. We need to change this to the one that we just, so laminate red, and then this will be for the bottom. So resin is for the bottom. So here, let's do the same process. Rectangle first. I'm just gonna add it in the middle. So once you add it, check that this is 15 only. And let's type in SL and then do it right now. Sorry, we forgot to delete the small one first. SL. Okay, so this one's done already. TR, so to trim. And then here as well, trim this part. Click finish. And let's look at it at 3D. We can actually set the thickness. So let's set this thickness to 15. Sorry, 20. So that everything is consistent. Let's save it. 3D as well. Let's set this one as well to 20. So everything is uniform. And then click finish, and then here as well. Edit this, click it again, and then 20. Let's do the bottom portion. So here we could change just one as well. So architecture, model in place, generic model. extrusion, pick a plane. Let's use this plane. And then now we need to change this material first before we forget, and then the resin. And then here, and then the rectangle. And then make sure the thickness here is only 15, and then delete the small lines that we created. SL, split element here, and then TR to trim. Extrusion, we set it to 20. Click finish and finish, and let's look at it. I want to zoom in here a little bit, and I just want to change this. So AL, I want this to be flush right here and here as well. So that's perfect. And I want to make sure the top is extrusion. Okay, that's enough. That's good enough. I'm just gonna insert some things that we want to add here. Specifically, let's add some hood. So let's go back here. This is under specialty equipment. So you need to go here, domestic, and then let's go to high end. And then we could add this as well. So let's add the cooktop. And then type in CM. And let's add it on this face. Okay. It's just weird that I just want to double check this. This one is not appearing. So I know what to do now. It's not appearing because we need to set it to fine. There we go. And then let's go to level 2 and then just edit, uncheck this. And then let's rotate this. So we want to make sure that when you're on 3D, fine is chosen so that everything is being loaded to Twinmotion. So let's set this around here in the middle, and then let's load in a hood. This one will be good enough. And then we could go to, yeah, we could load it here, CM. And then once it's loaded, we could use this as our guide. I want to see where it's located. Okay, it's below. So now we need to set this to 2000 probably. And then let's click this, edit, and uncheck this as well. And then now we could click here and we could basically put it up or down. So let's put it up so that everything is on the same page. So that's about the right height. I just want to see which face is better, which is the same at all of them. Here is where you can turn it on and off, I believe. That represent the bottoms. And then obviously we need to add a sink, because the cookware is right here. So for the sink, let's go and load it. I know we need to go back to our plumbing, architecture, equipment, our fixtures, and then sink. We could use this double sink or this one, triple. So the triple is loaded. Let's go to 3D and then CM. We're gonna load it onto the face. We need to set it to a face. We need to pick a new host, because this one is not cooperating. Okay, let's just do this and let's go around, I believe, 900. And then let's click here and move it right there. So let's do 920, 950, 930. Okay, so 930 is perfect. Let's look at it. So now we need to edit this place. Go here. It's not visible right here. So what we could do is click Find, Display Graphics. There we go. So the transparency will help you see mostly on this kind of situation. So now we need to go and create a void form, void extrusion. And let's create a void extrusion under this. So we just need to void on the places that we need to void on. Click Finish and Finish. So here we need 50 at least. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe it's facing on the right, different size, different way. I did edit, void form, extrusion. I need to set it on this plane. Okay, once you set it, go back here and create the void. Once you do that, click Finish And then let's go to 3D again. So first stage is done. Next one will be this. So click here, edit, create void form. So first you need to set it, pick a plane. There we go, we set it there. And now we need to create void form. We could go here and set the same boundaries. So around probably 100. Click finish and let's look at it. Now we need to just change the height. Because obviously we did it. And we just need to pull this down. Okay. And then now we need to do this at here as well. We need to put it up and down. There we go. Now everything is being shown. Oh, give me a second. I think the other one is not showing. So that means we got the first, but the second needs to go down more. Here we just need to be patient and just imagine where we place it. Okay, as you can see, we did this void. So we need to go down. So now we could go here and then go down, which is this one. We did this on the other side. That's why it wasn't shown. Now it's showing. So that was my mistake. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen. As you can see here, we have our cabinetries above and below. We have our island and we have everything that is included there. We even fixed here the sink. And I think the last thing that we're gonna do or we're gonna load is the chair. So let's go and go to architecture or sorry, insert, load family and go to our furniture. And then let's just get some seating. And let's just use this. And then type in CM and then press your space bar so that it turns. And then let's just add 3. So that looks nice. We have our counter or island right here. Let's also add in like our sofa. So now that we're here, we could load in this chair and then the sofa. So I'm gonna hold my control button so that I can load both of this, or I'm just gonna load individually so that we don't need to look for the other one. So just press CM. Let's load this one right here on this side, and then click load family again, and then like the sofa. Then type in CM, and then click your space bar so that it turns around. And depending on where you put it, it could turn basically on different angles. For example, 45, because I'm putting it on a 45 like that, so it will go to a 45. So if it's round, it could turn on different angles as well. As you can see, I'm able to just turn it around like that because it's on a circular face when I press the space bar. So now I'm just gonna put it on a 90 degrees so it's easier, and then we could just add it right here in the middle, and then let's scoot it on the side like so. We could add in our TV right here. So now let's add in more furniture. Let's go back here, and then let's add in some tables. All of this, I'm gonna put the link so that you could have all this families. So just let's add the coffee table. CM, this is too small. Let's make it bigger. And we could just select it from here. This one's too big. So what we could do is we could just press escape, click it again, edit type. Let's duplicate this, and you could just rename it whatever you want. I'm just gonna leave it so that I don't need to do anything else. And then here for the width, let's change it to 700, and the length, I'm just gonna leave the length. So here we just need to rotate it. So RO, and then I'm gonna put it there, and then type in 90. So now I can move it like that, and maybe we could just make it smaller a little bit. So instead of 1830, let's put 1700. Okay, so that's good enough. It looks good, and we could just move it like that. And then let's just load a TV. It's basically under furniture, and then it will be at right here. CM, and then we're just gonna add it like that just to represent, and then we could change it to a different size. Obviously we're gonna pick the bigger one. So we have our TV, and then we could add in a table here, a circular table. I think it's on the table. We have a table with right here. Maybe we could load this one. It might be too big, but let's see. So yes, this is perfect for, I believe what I was referring to is a bigger circle. So that's good enough. Let's see the other. Even this one is good enough. But at least the 4 one or the second one will be good. Just enough for this space. Okay. We could just leave it like that. And then let's load in more furniture. And then let's not forget about the doors so that we're finished with the second. I'm just gonna move this one because I don't want it to be on my way. We want to see everything that is available for the space. Let's click load family and let's add in the dining table. So this one, I would like to choose this. And then we could add in the table right here. CM. And then let's load in some chairs, furniture, and then seating. And then let's load this. Okay, overwrite that. So we probably have it already. So let's go just click and then let's look for it. So not the stacking, this one. M chair briar. And let's add it like that. Let me see if this is the biggest one that we have. I think in terms of how long it is, yes, we could actually duplicate it and make it wider. So here we could add in 900 and we could set this one to 2400. Press OK and that looks nice. So now we could just CM here and let's just put it on one side for now because it's easy to select all and then just do it like that. So just mirroring would be perfect. Okay, so it's easy to navigate. Okay, so we have our living room. I don't know if you guys know that we have a car here in Revit. So let's load that. Insert, load family. You need to go to entourage, and then we have a beater car here. So after that, CM, add the car to represent the car there. Okay, and then now we're gonna load more furniture, but I want to load the doors that we're gonna use. Maybe we could edit this as well. As you know, this is too deep, so I'm gonna duplicate this as well. And it's up to you to change the name to something, but I'm gonna change the depth. Instead of 560, I want it to be, let's see, 400. There we go. That's perfect. And I want to see if we could change this. No, this is something that we don't want to edit anymore because we need to go to edit family and then we need to redraw everything or scale it. But that's something that I don't want to do. That takes time. Um, so we could load more stuff here, specifically a table for the entrance. So let's add in furniture and then table. We need an entrance table. So it's something not here. But what we could add is I was looking for a credenza. So we don't have it here. So I'm just gonna use this end table. And then let's add in an end table right here. So CM. So now we're adding more stuff. Here we're gonna move it. Let's not move it too much in. Just this one is perfect. I know this sofa is too big for the space, but yeah, we could just edit the depth. Probably 650 would be good. See? And then this one as well. Edit 650. And it will, both of them will change. But if you do a duplicate, it will only change the duplicate, and then you need to go to the other duplicate to change it. Let's load in like maybe a storage here. Let's see, I think the storage is the one with a credenza. This one is what I'm looking for. So it's under storage, and then let's put it here, the credenza. This is too big for the space. We can edit this. Usually the proper way of doing is duplicating stuff and then just changing it. So for the width, let's do it probably 1600, and then the depth around 550. Okay, and then just move it. We could just extend this one a little bit so that it's perfect on this. And then the depth, we could change that more. 400 would be good. So this is perfect for this space because we're gonna put a sliding door here. So that's good. And then we could put in more storage right here. Let's put a shelving basically. Okay, CM. Let's put some two shelving, and then like a lamp and a seating here. So furniture, go back to furniture, and then we could go to seating, and then let's add in a proper seating here. Let's just add this, and then I want it to be 45. So I'm just gonna put a space bar there, and then here, and then let's add in a floor lamp right here. So let's go back to the main, and then let's look for lighting, and then go to architecture, internal. We have a standing light lamp or a floor lamp here. Floor lamp, standing height. This one is what I want. CM. I want it to be 45 as well. So let's add it 45 like that. So that looks perfect. So we have a reading nook here. And then let's load a table lamp. Let's add this one, the standard. And make sure once you press CM, elevate this around 650 so that it will show on your floor plan like that. So this is looking good. Let's load the garage door and some doors. So go back to main and then let's look for doors. Let's go to residential door and the garage. Let's load this one, and then you will need to click on doors. So let's go on the other side. So let's add it there. You want to make sure that everything is proper. So let's just go to edit type and then let's just look at the height. So 2100, that's good enough because I know that we set the height for our floors to be 3000. So that's the only thing that I'm checking there. And then let's load in more um, doors specifically for the main entrance. So I want this one to be for our main. So usually I load all of them, but I'm just gonna load from 1800 up here. Okay, and now I'll just load everything. Continue, and then once you click on door, you'll be able to add in the doors. So that's 1500, and then let's look for 1700 by 2000. I think this is perfect. Very huge. And then let's load in the sliding door and then the basic door for everything like here. So let's go to insert, load family. So residential, interior. I'm looking for the sliding door. Maybe it's not here. Let's go back. Double sliding. Panel. This one. Sliding this one. So interior double sliding to panel. Okay. Usually I load everything. So hold on control button. Or sorry, shift and then press OK. And then now we need to choose the proper for the size. So this is perfect. So around 2000 will be perfect. 1200 to 2000. And then this one, we're just gonna add it for now. Press escape, click it again. And then now we could change different width. But we need to maintain the 2000 height so that everything is consistent. So let's go 1800. So that's good. 1800 by 2000. And then let's go and load in the interior door. I'm looking at the one panel wood. So this one, let's load everything again. Shift, hold, and then click again. Press OK, and then yes. Click on door. Obviously, this is too small. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna click it, press escape, flip it, and then now we're gonna maintain the 2000, but most of the time around 700 to 900 is the proper for the door size. Let's go to 750, I believe. No, that's too big. 700 by 2000. Okay. Yes, that's good enough. 700 by 2000. That's good enough. We can even flip this around. So we could do this or flip it around like that. So it's up to you. And then let's add in a door here as well. Maybe we're just gonna maintain that size. That's 700 by 2000 for all the doors, interior doors that we're gonna add here. I want it to be here as well. So let's add it right here. And then I'm just checking. We're gonna add in a sliding door connecting to the outside. So let's see if we could change the diameter here. Maybe we could put it at 1400. But okay, so 1400 is good enough. Plenty of room. Okay. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish adding the furnitures, and we also added a car and all the doors, interior, exterior, and the garage door. So now we're going to start and go to level 2. Here, as you can see, we have an underlay. That's good. Most of the time, I turn on the underlay for level 1 for the base, and the top is level 2. So that's good so that we could just recreate the outside. And once we create that, we could just change it up a little bit on the finish. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna click wall, and we want to make sure that we're gonna choose exterior wall number 1, which is right here, and then we just need to make sure that it's up to level 3, and then wall center line, and then chain, so which is all default right now. So now I'm just going to recreate all the exterior line. So we can click here. So you want to make sure that you're not overlapping all the walls. Okay, and then now we go and close it. You can press escape and then escape again. So now that we don't need the layers below or the layout, what we can do is we can turn it off now. So just go to your properties, make sure you escape press escape twice so that you're not selecting anything anymore, and then go underlay, and then here put it to none. So now everything will disappear except for the stairs. So now I'm just gonna edit something here. I'm gonna pull this back a little, so around 2000. So from here, I'm just gonna type in around, let's pull it out from here. Let's do 2000. Sorry. So instead of 200, let's put 2000. So from the D line, so grid line, should be 2000 from here. And then now you want to make sure that we're gonna use the interior wall. Okay. Um, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall all the way here in the middle. So I'm not gonna um, join them yet because we need to make sure that the face here is aligned. So click on AL to align, click there, and then here. Now it's aligned. Let's join them all together. And then now we just need to pull it all the way down, all the way right here as well. And we have a problem here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it back again. And then I'm just gonna align this. So maybe the problem is, so let me check this on our underlay. We need to make sure that, so press escape first, go back to underlay, level 1. So this one is perfect right here, except for here. So I know what to do now is we need this face to be the consistent one. So I'm gonna pull this out. This is the face that we need to align to so that everything is consistent until below. And then now we need to make sure to fix the ones right here. I'm not gonna make sure, I wanna make sure that this is not joined yet. And then now we need to move this back. So I believe we need to move it back. Let me just push this or align it there. So AL, I'm gonna align this to there. So the garage, this garage, what do you call this, wall should be aligned right here. So now everything will align. So now once we go back to level 2, we need to move this one as well. Let's align this. And then now everything aligns below as well. So that's me being, I'm just being anal like that. And now we can just turn it on, off, and then we could place most of our walls right now. So now we have this, we could just select it and CS. That's easier to do. So first we're gonna do bedroom 3. Just add in a wall, and then once you click the wall it will create a temporary dimension. I want this one to be 5,120. So now it's above this C grid. So that's perfect. Okay, I'm just gonna move it there. Still selected, CS again. This will be around 2000. So now I need this one to be 2000 onto the other side. Okay, so that's the spacing that I want. It's just below this B grid right here. And then we have this walk-in closet that is around 2000 as well. So we could just copy this and then use the copy to add 2000. So this is 2000 as well. And then here, so what we could do is we could just add in a wall right here and just connect everything. So I'm gonna add a wall right here and then align it there. AL on the edge. And then now what we could do is we could just align everything all together. So I think that's the simplest way I should have done so that everything is lining up. So that wall will be aligning all the way there. And yeah, this is still big enough. So this is the master walk-in closet, and then we have the ensuite, and then this is a laundry, um, and then we have another bedroom right here, another bedroom right here. So let's concentrate here and add in the bedroom as well. So this is around 4,450. 4,450. And then now we could just close it like that. And then this is the remaining for the washroom. Click here, CS. Here, we're just gonna connect it right here. We want to make sure that everything is aligned properly. So I'm just gonna pull it out, AL, and then so that everything is on the edge. Click it here, CS, and then let's align this one basically like that. AL, I want it to align on this edge of the stairs, and then now I could just put it or join them all together. So now we have a bath here, we have a bedroom here as well. I know you cannot visualize it yet because we haven't added the door, so I'm gonna add the door right now. I'm gonna add the door like so here, and then the other one is right here, this one facing right here. So always press spacebar to change orientation, and then left or right side depending on the side that you want to place the door. So now press spacebar there. This is for the master like that. For the walk-in closet, it's either you put a door or an opening only. It's up to you. For now, I'm just gonna add in a door like so. And then obviously we need to add a door right here for the washroom. And then a small wall right here. That's for the toilet. So we could just change it or move it later on. Maybe it's too big. So let's pull it down something like that. Okay. So at least you guys can envision. Um, we could add in the beds and some fixtures. What I could do right now is um, let's close the 3D. Let's only have level 1 and level 2. This is the easiest way of adding some of the furniture from level 1 to level 2. So let's go to view and then click on tile views. As you can see, we have the level 1 on the right side and level 2 on the left side. So instead of you going to going to component and then looking around here, which we already have so many loaded, the fastest way of um, adding those the stuff that we already added is by using create similar. So what you can do is we have two tiles right here. If you click it on the right side, which is level 1, um, and then type it CS on the other side. So for example here, CS, and then click it on the other side, you'll be able to add it. Something like that. Press escape, do it again, select this, CS, and then now you just need to click on the level 2. So basically you're grabbing it from the other side, which is a lot faster. So that's some technique that we do on the on the office so that it's easy, because some of the projects that we do, um, most of the time it's multiple levels. So this is a fast way of getting stuff that we already have. The stuff that probably I'm gonna get from here is some of the furnitures as well, like this side table and then this. So it will be easy here. We already got this. Even the doors, you can add it, but the doors you can just select. We just loaded a couple, so that's easy to get. But yeah, so something to think about when you're doing projects. Um, and then now, I believe we need to load in some other stuff. Um, let's add in some tub and some shower. So go back to the main, go back to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then you can get the bathtubs. Let's add in the bathtubs right here, 2D only. We don't need the 3D. So here, CM again, and then you can just load it right here. So now we have a bathtub right here. Press escape. You can move it around. You can give space depending on what you have. But the families that we have is a wall base, so that's good enough. And then let's add in a shower. So go back to fixture, shower. This shower is too small. Maybe we could edit it. So CM right here, add it. Let's see if we could change it from here. So yes, we could change it from here. What we could do is we could put in 1500 and 1500. Let's see how big it is from here, which is just perfect, I believe. We could just extend this one as well. Maybe this one should be 1700. Okay, so that looks huge and proper for the size of this one. Obviously, let's go back here. We just need to add in some lines. Um, those lines represents the table. So what I can do is go to annotate, detailed line, and then let's just add a line right here. And then what we can do is move it somewhere here so that that line, make sure this is just thin lines. So just to look like a table or the top. Make sure you're not on demolish. Just put it on thin lines and then now create your lines. Okay. So that looks good. Specifically, let's do that for our walk-in closet. So detail line, most of the time we need to add a line first. and then some broken lines after. Okay, so that looks proper. I made a mistake. It should be around. Other way around, demolish here, and then this is the, there we go. This basically represents something down there, like a rod or something. And then we could load in another sink. Um, what I could do is we could just add this now. CS. I believe we're done with here. I'm just gonna add two here. We're gonna add in the bed in the middle, and then let's add this one. CS again. Move it on the other side, and it maintains the elevation level. So that's something that is good. You don't need to set it anymore. Maybe a sofa as well, right here. So CS. Okay, so that's good. We have a sofa right here, and then I know this is too big for a bed, so we could just add in some shelvings. Maybe we could add this. No, some dresser. So we're gonna add the dresser. So we can now close this. I believe we're done with this part. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were already starting our second floor. So here we're going to continue working on this. Um, Now we're going to go to architecture and then go to, sorry, we're going to go to insert, load family, and let's add in the beds, which is under furniture. And we're just gonna add this bed box. Let's save this first and then type in CM. We're gonna change this one. So once you add it, let's change this one to queen because we have some space right here, which we could just add this one right here. And I'm just using my arrow key to navigate it right here. I just don't want to forget. Let's add in some credenza right here, which is under furniture as well, and then storage. Let's go and add dresser, and then now type in CM, and let's add the dresser on this spot. We could just move this one a bit on the side, and then here we could just edit and then duplicate, and we could just make this one wider. So let's go 1500, and then the depth, let's make this one around 500 only, and then we could just move it here. We could just even make it wider, 2000. I think that's good enough for this space. There we go. And then here we could just duplicate this and change the width. So let's do 1400. There we go. So this one looks perfect for this space. We still have room here, so that's good enough. Um, let's load in, or let's finish the bed first. So let's add in all the beds. So I'm gonna move this bed from this side to here. We still need to add in a walk-in, sorry, a closet right here on this side. This one, I'm gonna put it probably on this side. Let's add it on this side, the bed. And then obviously we're gonna add in some side table. So let's add this side table. See, okay. So now just click here, close reveal constraint. So I basically just click it unintentionally. So now here CS, let's add this one on this side and this side as well. This one right here and right here. We can even add in some tables right here, just for a study table. And then here, let's add this CS, and let's add this one onto right here. Okay, so once we add that, let's add in um, our closet right here. 800 will be good enough. So the 800 depth. And then here we could just put 800 as well, and then close it off like that. As you can see, there's more room here. And then we could just even move this one for a table right here, for a study table. Even for this one, we could put in a TV with a study table as well, probably on this side, and then the TV right here, an entertainment system. And then now, um, let's add in the door, the sliding door. So this one, we could just look for it. Panel wood, sliding door, um, maintain the 2000. And we're gonna add this first, and then let's change it to a bigger size. So the 1800 is the biggest. We could basically add a different one, but that's good enough for this. And let's not forget the annotate, detailed line, demolish, and just basically add 2 lines in the middle just to represent the rod. Okay, so now we could add in right here as well. So this is another washroom. So the main bathroom for both of this. So we could basically just create similar here and add the toilet right here, and then the sink CS. I always like to put 2, so we have room for 2 right here. And then we could add in a bathtub or a shower. So it depends on us, but I'd rather just put in the bathtub, because in North America we have bathtub and then we make this a shower as well. So they usually put fixtures So, and then what we could do is we could close it off with a wall right here. So that's good enough. We could just move it a little bit for some plumbing. So we have enough space. So like that. And then let's add in a line, not demolish. So thin line would be good enough. And let's just add something like that. Okay. So we could add in a sink here as well. This is for the laundry room. And now we can just move it there. Even the lines, let's put cm on the line, and then let's give it some room so that you can have some room to uh, fold your clothes. And then here, let's go back to insert load family. We need to go back to specialty equipment, and then domestic, high end. I believe we have some right here. So let's just look for it. It's probably here or the other one. So, okay. Just go back here, mid-range. Washer, dryer. We could put two of this. Most of the time it looks the same. So we could just load that one. Put in here. We could just turn off the show label. Uncheck that. And then now we could just copy CO to copy, and then here almost perfect. So EL, there we go. So now everything is there, and then we have some room for um, uh, shelvings right here. So we could just represent that. So I'm gonna delete this line because we don't need that. And we could just add in some shelvings right here, represent it with a line. So that's good enough for this space. And I move it a little bit so because we need the space. So that's proper. I want to make sure that everything is good before we move on to the windows. Okay. Before we move to the windows, we could add in um, the floor here. So let's go back to architecture, floor. Let's edit type, duplicate, floor number 2, perfect name. And then here, let's change this to something wood. I want my upstairs to have wood flooring. You can even do stone as well. It's up to you. What I'm gonna do is from the inside as well. So that's good enough. And then do some cleanup after. TR. And then here, TR. I believe that's good enough. Click finish. And we just need to do some openings here, but we could just do that later. It's not something that we're gonna see anyway. We're gonna close this off this space. We can make even that um, a balcony. So let's just do this. Let's move this one, align this one onto here. It will provide an error because of that. So we could just delete this and TR, and that will be perfect. It will close, and then just see it right here. What we could do is move this one back. Edit boundary. We could just move this. So this is the floor 2, but I went to level 1 so that I could see what's going on. So that's basically it. I just need to move this one like so, and then trim it. And then now trim this as well. And then now once we look at it, it will look perfect. It's not being shown. So that's good. I'm happy with what we came up. Now let's just add in the roof as well. Here, still not showing. We could just do that later on. It's not something that is going to be shown anyway, so let's just go to level 2. From level 2, we could just add in the roof. So click roof, edit type, duplicate roof number 1, edit. Let's maintain the 200, and let's change this to a different material, something roof. So roof, yeah, we could do that, or just do white, something white, maybe similar to the wall. So that is clad white. Most of the time I could just change it later on, but here I just want it to be all white. And let's go pick line on the inner. So once you see this, make sure to uncheck define slope, or else it will be sloped. So, and then you will need to redo it again. So when you're creating a flat roof, always make sure that that is unchecked. And then here, let's trim this. And then trim here. Click finish. Let's look at it. Now we need to select that. I forgot to pull it up. So it's basically simple right here, level 3. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click it back. Base offset -200. That's the thickness of here, so that it will be flush right there. Don't worry about this. You just need to select each and every one of them. Once you select all of them that are showing, you will need to select attach top base and then select the roof. It will hide it. It's still there, but it went hiding because of that. So now what we could do is we could add some windows. So let's go to level 1. The windows that I'm gonna add are very basic. So go to wall, click the wall, and then just click on curtain wall. You just want to add it right here. So that's done. And we want it to be from the inside. So we're gonna flip that later on. Here I'm gonna go from the right side to the left side so that I don't need to flip it. Click here, flip it. The error message is about this one not being shown, so don't worry about that. Here we're gonna add in something at the top, a window as well. So here we're just gonna add it like that. You can even press spacebar so that it will turn it around. So let's just add it from here. So window, and basically on this side, and then we're good. So click it there again, curtain wall, flip it. So it's up to you if you want it from the inside or outside. And then after that, you go to modify cut geometry. We could just click on the wall first and then the curtain wall. Wall and then curtain wall. Wall, curtain wall. So basically that process. And then now for level 2, we could do the same thing. So wall, curtain wall. So we're gonna add a window right here on the side. And then for the masters, let's add it right here. Obviously, right here we need to add as well. And then here we're gonna add it in the front. We could add it here on the front and on the side. Here we could make this one a balcony, so something to think about. Okay, just looking around. We can even add it a smaller one here as well, but maybe later. For the laundry, we don't need to add anything, but that looks nice. Go back to modify, cut geometry. And then on 3D, we need to fix everything and align all together. So everything has the proper height. It doesn't show anything like this. So what we could do is we could set the height for each and every one, but depending on which is located to which. So here we could just add it like that. And then AL, I'm gonna set this height to all of them on the first floor. There we go. Even the bottom. Oops. AL again to align at the top. There we go. And then now here we could set the height first. So I'm gonna set the height for this one to be around here. AL. So the height first. Okay. Now the height for the seal. There we go. Around here is perfect. AL. We're gonna skip here. We can make this a balcony. Okay. And lastly there. Now we need to add in grid. Curtain grid. How we want to make this look. Maybe 500 there. 500 on the other side. And then at the top. 500 or make it 400. That's good enough. It will look like that. So here we can make this a door. So let's add in 500 and then something like this. Big enough for a door. There we go. And then let's maintain the 500 at the top. And then I'm going to change this 500 here as well. So everything is consistent. Even this one, I think this is 500 already. And this one, let's put in 3 lines like that. This one, 500 at the top. Okay. I think 700. I'm gonna delete that and then redo it. 3, 3. Curtain grid. 9. 500 here and in the middle. Okay. I believe we could just add the mullion. I'm gonna change it to 50 by 65 and then all grid, and then now we just need to select and it will add all of that there. This one we're gonna change it, we're gonna lower it. The reason for that is we're gonna add in a door right there. So I'm gonna delete this for now. Delete the mullions and let's delete this. Okay, and then now we just need to add 500 at the top. And then just add the mullion. And then make sure to change it so that you could add everything. So that's good enough. I'm just gonna load in the door and we're done. And we could continue on the next video. So here, Canada, go back to door. And then single glass would be good. What you do is just go here, Click on tab. Once the panel is selected, you can just change it there. And let's just fix the orientation later on. Right here, make sure the panel is selected and then change it. Go back to level 1. You can change the orientation to go on to flip it on the other side. And then for the level 2, the door right here could flip on the other side and to here. There we go. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the curtain wall. So the windows we added using curtain walls, and then we exchanged this to curtain wall doors. And now we're gonna continue working on this, especially here. We're gonna add in the railing, which is right here under architecture. So what we could do is we could click on level 2. Once we're in level 2, we could see that the floor is right there. We could set it up using right here, and we're gonna click the railing, and we could use the pipe. So let's change this to pipe first, and then let's just add the railing like so. Press finish, and let's look at it at 3D. So as you can see, we have the pipe right here, and then you can exchange it to a rectangular, so depending on what you want, even the glass. So in terms of the pipe, I could change this, edit type. Let's duplicate this because we're gonna change some stuff. First is the baluster. So right here, we could change some of the baluster. And what we could do here is move in the spacing of the baluster. So here we could change this to maybe 30 and then negative 30 here. And then press OK, and then OK. And the spacing is changed. We can now change the other parts. And that is baluster, the handrails. So as you can see, we could change this. So we have it on the height of 150, 275, 400, 575, 650, and up to 750. What we could do is we could change this to maybe 300 and then change this to, so 150, 300, 450, and then after that 600, and then 750. We could delete this, the one at the top, and let's see how it looks. So I think it looks better. Let's edit it again, and instead of circular top rail, we could change this to a rectangular handrail. And then let's change the others. as well. So I'm doing it one by one so that you could see what am I changing. And then the baluster here, rectangular, then hose, top rail. So this one, let's change this to a square. So the 20 millimeter would be good. Apply and then OK. And then here, top rail, we already changed that. So as you can see, everything is changed right here. And then now, let's make sure that the baluster, the railing structure, is changed as well. So let's do this rectangular. And then for material, let's change this to a metal. So let's do a metal like aluminum. And let's put this one at the top. Just press OK. It usually set the last thing that you set before. So that will be easy for us to change. After that, as you can see, it looks like that. Maybe we could change the distance of this. I think that's the baluster. Instead of 30, maybe we could do 50. -50. And let's see. Yeah, that's good. It looks different from the regular stuff that we usually have. And then we should change this corner. So we change this here and then here the corner as well. So let's change this to square, squared, and squared. And then here it's been changed. So now it looks more modern. We can basically do glass as well, but for now we should just stick with this. And then you want to make sure that the material was changed. And then the top rail, we changed this already. Material, we should change this to the same material. And then rectangular is already changed with the profile. We didn't even bother to duplicate this because that's good enough. And it looks nice. Now, I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna add in some information or more profiles, especially on this corner. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a model in place. Let's go to generic model, number 10, and then here we're gonna press extrusion, and maybe we're gonna set it to level 2. We need to let's set this one to level 2, so it will be on this plane. So you want to make sure to know that. And let's add in something like this. We want to make sure that this is around 400 is good enough. And then here as well on this corner. And we want to make sure it's 400 as well. And then I'm just gonna move it. Okay, let's trim this and then just clean it up. Let's edit this and let's add in our material, um, something stone. Let's add this one, tavern. Click finish, and we have it like that. Let's set it properly. So at least it's right there. We can even extend this to be more um, seen. So I'm gonna edit this and edit extrusion. I'm doing this so that everything will be changed accordingly. And we can manually do it there. Don't click finish yet. Here is where we could change this or split the face of the curtain wall. So I'm gonna choose here. I'm going to pick line, and then I'm gonna offset this to 100. Reason what I'm doing here is because I want a grass finish on the other side. We're gonna put some grass here, and this will be the feature of this, and we're gonna change the way it looks. So now it's split. Now we could paint, and then let's look for grass. So now most of the time it's not being shown here properly. So what we could do is we could just set something different for now, like an air opening, for example. So now that it's set there, or something, maybe the mast. So now we could just change it in Twinmotion as a grass, and we can put some plant. And here, let's verify that we changed this by checking or changing the graphic display. So now we can put it back. We know that it's been changed. We could highlight some stuff here at the end to give it more profile. Also on here, we could do that as well. To add a profile at the edge, we could just do a in place mask edit, and then here we could have select this, create, and then we could do a sweep. You will need to pick a path, and now we could pick the path of the edge, but we need to move it back a little bit on those edge that is on the corner, because we don't need that there. Here we could just move it somewhat right there. And then now we need to add a profile. So click finish here, So the check mark and then edit profile. Now we could just add our own profile. Most of the time, I like it to be like that. And then change the profile by doing this again. And most of the time, I just want it to look different. So I'm doing that, doing a trim. We could do this as 15, make it all 15 similar to this, and it will look just about like that. Click finish, and then before that click finish again and change this to a metal material. So now let's look for a metal again. Something that we haven't used. So this one, apply, and then OK. And now you can click finish. Now it looks better like that with profile finish. We have a grass, a different material here, and a different material for the profile. We could add in a profile right here as well. So let's do another model in place. Not here. Model in place, generic model. And then an extrusion. What I can do is I'm gonna do an extrusion right here. And then I'm gonna make this, I'm gonna set the face. So I'm gonna pick the plane, and then I'm gonna use this, and then we could use our south elevation to draw. So it's basically this face right here. We could set a 300 and then 300 here as well. Okay, now we should trim this and delete the excess, and then trim this again. DR to trim. Okay, let's change the material right here. Let's put in another stone. Slate. Let's use the slate to change this. Click finish and then finish. And we could extrude this more by doing that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this, the whole window. So I'm gonna go to south elevation. I'm gonna move the whole window on the edge of this. So let me do that. Let me see if anything will be. Oops. I think that's good enough for the edge. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in another change here. So I want another extrusion from here to here. So now I'm gonna go back here, model in place, and then go to generic model, and then I'm going to set, before I set it, extrusion, it will ask me to set it, so it's easy, and I want it to be set on the face again of the wall. And then here we could just add it like that, and then here as well. Around 600 will be good enough. And then here, depending on what we have there. Delete this, and then let's trim this. Let's change the material right here. Maybe this one. Let's choose a wood. Let's use this. Just a random wood. Click finish. And let's look at it at 3D before we finish it. This one, let's use an extrusion around 200. Apply. Click finish. This one, let's extend this more, like that. Okay. This one, the reason that I want to extend this more is so that we could put a pot light right here when we're in Twinmotion. It's easier to put the pot light there. And then maybe we could add another extrusion here, just to show the difference, or we could just keep it as a wall. We could do just a different wall here. So let's duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 2, and let's just change the material here. Maybe another wood would be good. How about this one? This looks nice. And then let's apply and then OK. Okay. So here we could add in spotlights as well. I'm gonna add in a spotlight that we could just add here. This is something that I created recently. So it's a face. So you could just put it on the face. I could include it on the download as well. So it's something easy that you guys can use as well. For here, I'm planning to add in a pool at the backyard, and then some sideways here. I want to add in something here. So let's add in some wooden extrusion. So go to south, and then go to architecture, model in place, and then here we could go to generic model. This will be 13. This will be extrusion. Pick a plane. This will be our plane. And then now we need to create a rectangle. And then multiple. Let's put in 150 by 150. And then after that, we could just do copy multiple every 300 would be good. Let's just move it on the right side, 300. You can type in 300 all the time. And then we could just move this one right here. Click finish and then change it to a wood material again. Let's use pine. Oh, it's already used. Let's use maple. Let's apply and then OK. Go to 3D. Let's extrude this. Not just 100, but probably 2000. So 2000 is good enough. What we could do is we could just create an void extrusion. So what I'm gonna do is let's go to our, I think, west elevation. Yes. And then here, create, click void, and then void extrusion, pick a plane. Let's use this plane. And then I'm gonna create a void extrusion. So I'm gonna do this right here. Very simple extrusion. I'm just gonna go over the profile and then I'm gonna click finish and then go to 3D. So once you're in 3D, you'll be able to see or extend this. So I'm gonna extend it all the way there. Click finish. So what's the reason? Click finish. So the void parts of family do not cut anything. So it needs to be there. I need to figure this out. I think some of them doesn't. So it didn't void it. So now you just need to cut geometry. And then once you do, that's the only step that I forgot to do. That's why it didn't cut. So you always need to use cut geometry when you're doing void as well, especially void. And then now we could just finish. Looks good. And then maybe we could just change. So what we could do here is we could change this or split a face here. And then now we just need to create a line like that. That's done. And then change this material. Default massing. And then there. I know it's see-through, but once we change the material, it will be different. We could even change it now. Hopefully we don't. So we could use this roof. I think default mass zone or default wall. There we go. At least you'll be able to see that it's changed there. And then maybe we could just change this because we changed the background of this. Um, Maybe this is the one that we change as wall number 2. We keep this as wall number 1 and just create an extrusion. I think that's the best thing. So level 1, and then here model in place, another generic model, and then we could just create an extrusion similar to what we have done before. Maybe we could just add this one, very simple, and then create a copy, multiple. We could maybe do every 50, and then now we make 100. And then now we could just select this one, leave one not selected so that we could copy that and then make it faster for us. There we go. We could just move this one a little bit there on the right side and then click finish. And then before you click finish again, change this to a wood, birch glossy. Go to 3D. We want to extend this to 2500 all the way up. Not yet, so we could just maximize it there. Click finish, and there we go. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we changed some of the finishes right here, and then we added some extrusion, railing, and this. We also added some aesthetics. And then here, um, like I said on the last video, we are going to load a family that I created. It's just a simple pot light. So we're gonna add the pot light and then we're gonna load it here and then add. So right now I'm gonna load the pot light that is face-based. Face-based meaning that we could just add it on each face. So whatever face it is, you can add it. So it is easy to add. So right here we're gonna add 1 and then 2. So like that. We're also gonna add it right here. So maybe 3 or 4 is good enough to add. Um, we could add it right here. So right there. And let's double check it. So right now, what we could do is we could type in AL and we could align it. It will be easier to align if we can see it on level 2. So what we're going to do is let's go to level 2 and change the view range. So view range right here, unlimited. And from there, we can see that these things are not aligned. So AL, so we're going to align it. We're going to assume that this will be good enough part. We could even add it. So let's add some stuff right here, copy, and then let's add somewhere right here. And then let's add it right here. So that looks nice. We should align it right here as well. I'm gonna copy this aligned. So right there. Okay, so now we added there. Let's look at level 3. What we could change is the view range again. We could change this to unlimited. And then here, what we could also do is, let's change it to unlimited right here. So it's still not showing. I believe we could change the cut plane to be above 4500. So 45, because this one offset. Let's make this unlimited. This one. So it's not showing right here. What we could do is we could change the transparency. And there we go. The thing is, now we need to know, we only need to select the one scheduled on level 2. So which is right here. This is level 2 and this is level 2. This is the one at the bottom and this is the one at the top. So I'm going to align it right there. So I align it, and then now I'm just going to move it a little bit so that it is in somewhat equal distance. Okay, so now that's equally distanced. I'm just gonna add something. I know this one needs to be aligned. So yes, this is aligned. So this is good. And now just don't forget to change it back to the appropriate levels. and then change this back to 2500 or 1500. And then maybe in order to show the roof, we could just leave it there. Somewhat like that. And then the roof, we just need to view that level 2. And somewhat like that. And then now let's go back to level 2. You could just move this back instead of unlimited, level 2 only. And we're golden right here. So now we have our spotlights right here and right here as well. What we can do now is we can build our surroundings. So now I'm gonna go to level 1, and then let's add in the floors. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Just edit the materials. The purpose of me changing the material so that we could change everything later on in Twinmotion. So here, what we could do is we could do some masonry just to change things up. But we all know that we're gonna use a different materials once we're in Twinmotion. So now I'm just gonna add this, and we all know that we just need to delete this. So I'm gonna delete this and then trim this part. So that one is for here, and the other one, let's go and change it right now. We just need a space here so that people can walk. So I think 1000 is good enough. And then 1000 at the other side as well. And then we just need to double check that this is 1000. And then now trim. So let's trim all this stuff and delete the stuff that are remaining. Obviously we're gonna add something right here, but I'm just gonna change this material right here for now. Click finish. Then we have the floor right here. We need another wall. So exterior wall, edit type, duplicate. This will be wall number 3. We need to change the material and want to make sure that this materials is different again. And let's use masonry again and use this. Apply, okay, then okay. And then here we're gonna go around. So I'm gonna pull it back. I want to make sure that exterior wall number 3 is selected. We're just gonna create the boundary first. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna align it. There we go. Align it right here. And the height is up to level 2, but we're gonna minus that from the top. So minus at least 1500. Go to 3D and you can see that we set the height to 1500. And then what we could do is we could just extend the wall or the floor so that everything is proper. And as you know, we still need to create. So here we need to pull this back right there and then right there. Good thing we double check that. We can just put everything and then create. So I'm gonna just create this wall and floor. So I'm gonna trim this and then use this and then trim it. Click finish. Check your 3D. Everything is good. We're gonna add a gate at the sides. And then we're gonna add the pool. So let's add in the pool here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just edit the floor. Just want to make sure I'm editing the floor. And let's go to level 1. And I'm just gonna add in or open up a small pool right here on this corner. EL. I want it to be in sync with this wall. And let's leave this one. So once we create an opening here, we need to go to our south elevation, and then here we could just extend this so that we have something like that. And then here we just need to create a copy of this. So CS, you can do a CS, and then around 1000 is good enough. It will be level 4. We could change this to pull. So that's negative 1000. Now we are going to create a wall, exterior wall. We could do that. We could duplicate this and then let's make this pool. After that, let's edit and change the material. We could choose something with a tile, and then we could change or use this. Okay, press OK, and then now we could just add this one right there. And then this one, we could also edit the size, so make it 100 thickness. And then here, we could select everything, and it's not, the base should be on the pole and level 1. So we need to change that a bit. But let's undo that, and then before we change those, we should just align this to the boundary. So AL, choose this, and then let's just change the boundary. And then after that, select everything again by using tab and click it. And then let's change the base to the full, and then here the top constraint to be on level 1. It will disappear because of the view range, but as you can see, this will be the look of it. And actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the view range. So here we could just change this so that we can see this. AL. I want this to actually move from the inside. So I made a mistake on there. Okay, so we need to just move this again. I want it from the inside. So AL, and then now we need to check the 3D, and we just need to add the base. So here we're gonna click on floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 4, edit it, and then the tile, the same tile that we use. So this one, press OK, OK, and then this will be on the level of the pool. And then use rectangle. I want it to be covered on all of that. Click finish and look at it. There we go. We have the floor there. The next thing is the water. What I usually use is a model in place for the wall because it's easy to change the level of the wall. So here I'm gonna do an extrusion. I'm going to set this. This will be level 1. That will be perfect. And then we need to change this to water. So I'm just gonna type in water and let's pull this up. Apply, okay, and then we need to just create a rectangle that covers that. Click finish and then finish, and then go to 3D. We could just extrude it down like that. So now we have our water levels, and that one we could just extend it or pull it up when we want to. It's much easier and we don't need to do anything else with that. So now we will need to add in some grass. What I usually do is I'm gonna go to my level 1. It's easier to see. And then here we could use split face. So once we click this face, we will be able to set different faces for the grass. It's a much easier way to change it. So what we could do is we could change it right here. So we could have grass on the sides. And let's see if this will work or we need to delete this. So that's work. We just need to change the material. So we need to do a paint, and then we have water. We could just use a vapor retarder. Make sure you select that part only. Let's add in some grass as well again. So let's choose this, split face, and we could do it on the other side as well. Right there. And let's add it somewhere here as well. So we have grass over there as well. And then we could add grass here as well on this side. Here we need to delete this because it's on the edge, and maybe this one as well. We just need to have two. Okay, so let's figure this out. Maybe it's one at a time. Yes, multiple. So we should delete this first. It's actually one at a time to click a face. So let's delete this first and finish this one. And then let's click on the face again and choose this face. Click finish and then another face. So you could set multiple faces like this. And then basically we need to add one more right here on this boundary. And let's try this for now. And I believe we need to change it as well. Okay, so now we need to delete this and extend this. Oops, undo that, and then just this one. There we go. And then now we need to add in the same thing. Vapor retarder here as well. There we go. Click done, and you can see it here. So it's finished, and let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up the pool and then we added the border wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is actually select all the border wall. So I'm going to select those, and then here I'm just going to put -1000. Click apply, and then go to level 1, and then select that and CS. I want to connect this one onto this wall actually. So TR, trim and extend, and then I want to push this back, all of this floor. That's because I want to make this one inclined. So I'm gonna select this again, and then let's move it all the way there, trim and extend, select this floor, edit boundary, and then just push it back. What we can do is actually trim and extend right here, and then trim and extend right here. Select all of this, delete it, and then here trim and extend, and then trim and extend, and then just delete this part. So now delete element. So we could do is go to 3D and see how it looks. So now what we plan now is to have, so delete split element. So we could just have or add a floor again, not splitting it. Instead, we also need to add, because we have a water here, we also need to have the pull ladder here that I'm going to provide. And then obviously we need to incline this, and then I want to place this one onto this side, and then change this one instead. So I want this wall, CS, have it here, and put it on this side first. CS, add it right here, and then delete this now. And we could add this one now if we want to, so that it doesn't disappear there. Now we could just delete this part right here, and CS, add this one to be connected there, delete this, and now we have this one onto this side. The reason that I'm doing this is so that we could have a nicer walkway or walk path towards our main entrance. So here I want to just connect it all the way now, all to this wall. Fix this one, fix the door, and then we could just put this one all the way there as well. And then here, trim and extend to be connected right here, and we could just fix it. You can align it so that it's much better. So now it's like that. There we go. So we have a grander entrance. What we could do as well is we could just move this one back like that. So we have so many space here. And then we could just have this one like that. So we could have it right there. What we can also do is we could just put a wall right here and put this one there. So either way, it will be good. So you can see it's easy to move it around. You can also have something like this right here instead. So actually we could just copy this, CO. We could delete this, copy this, CO, and then just add it onto this wall. That's how easy it is to add more of this, and it will look nicer actually. So it's like a decorative wall. You can edit it and then add what more. Edit extrusion, select that, copy, and then just keep on adding. Make sure to click on multiply, and then just keep on adding. There we go. And if we see it, Of course, we will have something that looks like that. Entrance and everything. So it's like a decorative wall now. You still have your privacy there, but it's more decorative. So now obviously we're gonna move this one all the way to this side, and that's fine. We have something like that. It's still going to be nice onto that area. We still have that design there. Also, what I want to change is this extrusion right here. I want to go to south elevation and edit the extrusion part right here. So instead of on this side, I want it to be on this side. Delete element. I want to go right here instead. Of course, we're going to move everything. It's easier to move everything, so don't worry. So trim and extend, and then trim and extend on this side. Obviously, we're going to shift everything. I want it to be how big it is to this part. So I want all of this to be window now. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to delete all of this first. We're gonna reconfigure the look of this window because the size has changed, so the design should be changed as well. So we could go to 3D, delete all of this, so even the curtain grid, so that we could design it properly. The mullions as well, so that we could just, once we design it, we maximize the space or the height. We could then change it to what we want to. I'm planning to push it back on this side. If you want to be exact, let's edit this and then edit extrusion. Here we have, let's put this one at 650, and then here we can put it at 1075, and then click finish and finish. And then now the only thing we need to do is to put it nicely tucked in there. Now it's more exact to that part. And then the lights, we could just shift it. So easy to shift. Everything is right there. Now, as you can see, it looks much better there. And then we just need to add curtain grid, something like that. $700, maybe 700 as well. And then curtain grid at the top like that. 600, that's fine. And then we could just add mullion again, all grid 50 by 65, and then there you go. Very simple, very easy, and then as you can see, it looks much better. And obviously I want to do that onto this side as well. So first I want to add this, so edit in place, select that. We have slate, and then it's, let's put this one 690 for the extrusion end so that we're consistent. And then click finish. Edit in place again. And then let's add this one right here. So we're gonna set it, pick a plane. There we go. Make sure it's slate. That's the same one that we use here. And we could just go like that. I believe this is 200 by 200. So 690, I believe what we did. We could go to our north elevation so that we could see it much better. 200. We might do this at 400. And then we could just trim and extend. We could extend that later on. I want to check, edit. This is 690 slate, and then if we edit extrusion, this is 300, so we could just change that. Edit extrusion, let's put 300, and then 300 right here. I want to be consistent. And then because of that, we need to shift this as well. Let's put it right there. And then we're going to do this same thing right here so that it looks much better and similar. Let's not forget to put pot lights as well. And then here we need to edit this. We need to know we can copy this, and then extrusion, let's put 420 so that everything is consistent in terms of those. And then after that, select that, create extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this wall. And then let's go to our north elevation. Instead of late, paste that. This is 420. And then we could just add the same thing that we did on the other side. And then we're gonna maximize this. Delete this. And then we're gonna move this window right here and then maximize this window. So we're going to select finish and then finish. There we go. That's looking good. Also, the reason that I want to add that is we could add in some pot lights as well. So let's go back here. I want to fix this now. We could delete our grid and there, so that we could just clean that up. And then pull this one all the way. There we go. We're just maximizing the space there. And curtain grid, we need to know, maybe I'm gonna set okay, so I'm gonna set here around 600 and then 600 here as well. And then after that, curtain grid at the top 500, or make it 600 so that we consistent. And then click mullion and then all grid. And then here I could just hide this for now, hide element, and I'm just going to move this one. Definitely something easy to do. We could just move this one just like that. There we go. Very easy. And we could just have our lights now, CS on that. We're going to add lights right here, the top here, and then right here as well. Of course, we need to make it nice. Let's go to our ceiling plan. I want to make this one consistent. So I'm gonna delete this for now and then copy this. I want it to be at least 1000. There we go. Now we could copy this and then set this one to 1000 and then 1000 again. There we go. So lights are there. Here, let's do 1000 as well. Let's move it like this. CO, copy, 1000, and then 1000 as well. And then let's go to level 2. This one is good. The spacing though is around 845. That's fine. We just need to move this one right here and then just copy 845, 845, 845. There we go. That's looking good right there. Here we could just delete this. I'm planning to add, instead of this one, I'm planning to incline this a little bit more. And then here, actually, we need to put this spotlight. I'm going to delete this. I'm not sure why it copied there. But here, I'm going to go back onto level 1 and then just copy it. Not sure what's the issue there. I'm gonna go back here and then I'm just going to put this one onto the proper plane and then just move it, align it, so you can align it like that. And then we could now adjust the size accordingly. 1000 there. And then lastly 1000 right here. So there's always a workaround if things are not panning out properly, so at least you know what to do. I'm going to align this AL. I don't want any gap between all of my extrusions, so I just saw that and fixed that. Also, before we finish, I want to actually delete the split element here. We don't actually need to split this, so I'm gonna remove the split. I think the way that this should be is by, I want to delete it. There we go. There. I want to actually extend this because it's much better to have an extended window right here. I don't want too much, so this one is good enough. And then also I want to have the same one like this onto the top part, or maybe this part onto the top here. I think it will be nice to have that box, or just leave it like this. I'm happy with this anyway. I want to maximize this, maybe add a little bit more. So I'm gonna add a little bit, edit extrusion, copy this, and then leave it like that. I want to have a black wall onto this part, so we could do paint. I'm gonna do paint and then use one of the things that we haven't used here. Let me think of maybe plastic. I'm gonna put plastic here so that I want a black paint there, painted paint only, because everything is looking like that anyway, so that's fine. I'm happy with this. Won't forget to add or where to get the pull, so in the next video we're gonna do that. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to edit some of the extrusion that we created. And now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to download the pull ladder. It will be in the part 1 description. It will be the second link, so just download it. We have here also the pot light. We have the square and the circular based. And then what we could do as well is to, I believe, either the parametric folding door, I'm gonna download as well. And then once you download that, you just need to drag and drop. So here, just go to downloads and then you could just drag and drop. We could go right here and then drag those. So pull ladder, drag it in, it will be available there, and then you just need to swing it to the proper location that you want. And then you can even go right here and then just place it better there. So we have it on that side. I want to actually extend it a little bit because I find it very small for the pull area. So we need to edit this one as well. So the floor first, edit, boundary, then you could just extend it. We could put this one on this side, and then this wall, AL, put this wall right here. So we're just basically extending this area, and then here we could just put this one onto this side and nudge it in place. So there we go. So I'm happy with that. We extended everything, and all of this, we created more space for us. Here I'm going to delete this. That's because I want to add the one that we downloaded earlier. That's the parametric door. Here we have a bigger size. What we need to do is just select that, edit, and then here we could just change the width. So we have width is 2600. We could put that at 3000. Oh no, not. So here actually it's 5000. We need, that's the height actually. So we need to just change this to 3000. And then after that, we could pick a new host and place it there. So now this one looks much better. We could flip it on the other side. So you need to go to level 1, flip it like this, and then let's change the amount of panels. So here we could put 6, and then now it becomes smaller and it looks much better with the sizing. So that's what we did. I'm gonna edit this one as well. The floor boundaries, we want it to be moved all the way right here so that everything is looking good. We don't have any gap. And then at the same time we have it here, the floor, and let's just move it all the way onto this side. Now I don't want any gap as well. So this one looks good. That is fine there, and then we're going to change it up later on. Of course we're going to put a door here, so a gate on both sides, and then I want this one to be added on this side as well. So I want it here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit in place, select this, and then we're gonna copy first, CO, copy on the other side, so we have an extra one on this side, and then pick new host. So once we have that, we're going to add it right here, and as you can see, we just need to add the same one. So I'm gonna create a void form on that side, and here we could edit this a little bit. So we could go to north elevation, we could add probably another one. I just want it to be on that height, edit, and then click tab to select all of them, CO, and then copy it on that side. So now it will look nice and looking like that. Of course we need to add a void form, so let's select that. I'm gonna create a void form, a void extrusion. We need to set that, pick a plane, and we could select it on this plane. And then after that we need to create that. We could go to east elevation or whichever elevation you like, and then we could just create this, a simple extrusion, and then we could just click finish, turn it around, expand this, and then click cut geometry, and then there we go. That is looking good. Same thing, we have that angle there, and
that is looking good for now. We could leave it like that. I also wanted, I think that's good enough. I'm happy with the way this one looks now. What we need to do next is to create, so let's go on to level 1, and then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a floor. This is for our driveway. Edit, duplicate, press OK, and then edit, leave the 200 thickness, and then here we could change to a different concrete material. Press OK and then OK. Now we're going to connect this to our driveway, and then just leave it like that. It could be more, or we could expand that a little bit more later on. So now we have that, and we need to modify sub, select this one, and then change it to probably -500, and then here -500. So now it's on an inclined, and then we could base our changes here. We could even extend it more. I think we could put this one to -1500. I think a step step one there will be good enough. Going up, we could put in something right here. We could extend this and put something like our floor right here, or our stairs going down. And then here what we can do is I could have, actually we could just put a door going for the backyard on this side. Here we could just leave it like this. I'm just gonna focus on this side, and we're going to have a door right here, and then we could make this, both of them, like a stair, or a floor first and then going down, and then we could have something right here to think about. I probably want maybe some grass patch here going down as well, like here. So what we could do is we could go and create another floor, edit, duplicate, and then change the material again to a concrete. Choose a random one that we haven't used yet, and then we're just going to create a pad here, and then we're going to add in. So that's good right there. This could be considered, can even extend that. We're going to close this off later on, so don't you worry. We could even extend this one a little bit because we have something here, something like that, and then a stairs going right here. So that is looking good. Everything is working out. We could put in a patch of grass here later on. And that's looking good right there. I could create the stairs or the patches, but here I'm just going to copy the material that we use here, copy that, and I'm going to make this one in model in place because that's easier to manipulate than creating that stairs. So generic model, level 1, we could create an extrusion, put this material right here, and mold this one. We could do patches first. So we have that one there, and then later on, because this is a model in place, it's easier for us to manipulate, as you can see. And then I'm gonna go to south elevation, and because I'm here already, I'm just going to click model in place and then copy this, remove the constraint, and then just keep on adding. And then probably I'm going to just keep on copying this. And then after that, go about right here, and then we're going to expand this one, as you can see. It's easier to manipulate like that. Rather than creating everything again. We can extend that if you want, pull it back if you want to as well. And then maybe this one as well. Okay, so that's looking good there. I'm just going to go to south elevation and see what's the best move if I'm going to just move it properly like this. Of course, we need to clean this up. It's still not the best. Of course, this one as well won't be seen, so you just need to clean up as well. We're probably going to have, I want it to be like this side, so maybe I could just move this one right here, follow suit, and then I want it to be touching on this side now. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I want it to be on this side only. So for this one, I don't want it to look like that. And then just fix all of this steps there. I think that's good enough. And then we could just change this one right here. I'm going to put in a planter there to make it look nice. So I'm gonna model in place, generic model, extrusion, change it to another concrete, and then just create a planter. Offset this to 50. Click finish, go to 3D, pull it down and pull it up, depending, so that there's no gap showing too much there. And then create another extrusion. This is for grass. Apply OK, and then add grass there. Pull it down. Good enough there. So we have a planter there, and then we can extend all of this so there's no gap. You can have this wall right here, pull it down. So just cleaning it up so that it looks much better. We could pull this one all the way there to hide that gap there. I'm gonna clean this later on. Maybe I'm gonna make this one thicker. Let's put something like 300, and that will help with the gap there. There we go. We could lower it a bit if you want. And then after that, we're going to put in the grass all around here. So what we can do is go to level 1 and then go to massing and site, topo surface, and then here we need to change the materials later on once we place all of this elevation. Negative 500. First, let's see how it looks. We need to go to site, place point, and I want to see how this one looks first, and then we could change. So here we need to place it first at which level first? We could go right here. We have pool, and then this one is 200, so negative 200 first. So we could just delete this and then do it again. Negative 200. Let's go and put it all throughout, and then we could later change it. So little by little, we're gonna fix all of this, and then we're gonna increase the heights and so on. So we're cleaning it, adding this one first. I want to change this, edit surface. I probably going to delete the ones right here first, because of that we have created this spike here. So I'm going to change this side first. So let me fix that. Let's do this side first because this is the most critical. Place point, negative. On this side first, go to side to see it much better. Right there. Grass. So we have grass there. It's sliced there, but it's not being shown. So that's fine. I just don't want it to be over onto this, hitting everything else. I'm gonna add from here, add on, and seeing how everything is being connected. So go back to site, place points. Let's increase this. And then 300 right there, just here first. 600. 800, and then going down 400, and then 300, 200 again, and then we're gonna connect everything else later on. And then 0, not there. I want this one to go down. And then if you look, it went up, and then of course we're gonna force it down later on. We're gonna have a uphill this going down. So that's what we're gonna do. Of course, we need to add more here. I'm gonna click maybe going down 200 each, and then going up a bit, and then going down. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start creating our topo surface. Now we're going to continue working on this. So now I'm planning to do is to go down every 200. So from -200 to -400 and going down, clicking all of this. And then we're going to make sure that this one curves so that it gives us a nice curve right here. So we're gonna edit this now, edit surface, and then go back to site. Click place point, -400 right here. And then let's go and select here. And then -600 on this side now, -800 on this side, and then -1000 on this side. And then now what we can do is we could curve this one now. So from -200, we're gonna go down a little bit. -400, curve it down a little bit. -500, curving down. -600, going down right there. -800, going down nicely. And then I'm going to double check that. And as you can see, we have a big dip there. That's -800 there. So we're going to just put this one probably -600. And then as you can see, this one is molding up to being a nice one. We could put realistic so that it looks much better. We could see how it looks. We could mold this one more. So let's go in, edit, go to site, and then let's place this one. I want to see how this one looks. So shade, or we could put consistent color. This one -600. Here negative, I'm gonna put 300 right here. Sorry, let's put -1000 onto this side. Actually cancel this. Gonna edit again, and there we go. I could select this one to -600. There we go. We just need to fix a little bit on some of them. This is -300. negative 300. Negative 800 right here. Should be one, maybe 1800. And then let's pull this one down. Negative 100 there. And then let's fix this. We need negative 1800. Let's see how this one looks. This one is not enough, so we could put 1200. We could put 1200 if we want to. And then give it some. We need to place this one. I think that's good enough there. And place it a little bit more on this side. So that's looking good. It's still not curved enough, but that's something that we could work on, because we're gonna put in some grass right here, some rocks, so we could showcase that like that. And then here we could lower this down a little bit more, 1800 there. And then let's lower it down so that it fits right here, and then we could just curve this one. So here, actually, let's select this one. 1500 is the best, so that it's around on this side. Okay, so now I can see, and then let's put in 1500 on all of this so that we could connect that to the and then here we could just connect another one later on. Because you can just make them as patches, and then here we could just create a smooth one. It doesn't need to be curved. I just want this one to be curved here so that we could place a nice road here on this side. This that has this one, and then we could put some trees at the back right here. So that's what I'm planning to do. And then of course here we could do the same thing. We could have this and then flat around. We just need to showcase the one that we have here. I'm thinking of extending this all the way right here, but something, I think that's good enough. Good enough to just leave it like that. Here I'm thinking of just extending this one right here instead. We can extend this something like that. Something like this is good enough as well. You have the wall there. So you could put some plants, maybe a bamboo. Maybe bamboo will be good here. It will showcase the incline right here. So let's go right here now, and then put in another topo surface. We have here is -400. We started, so we're gonna connect this one right here. We can extend this one. As you can see, that's looking good. And then we put it down to -1500 later on this side. I just want to double check. This should be -200. There we go. I just need to change those so that there's no gap. Also, you can put in, if you want, you can put floors there. I can do that. We can put floors here because we don't need to make this one curve. I just want to add this one now, 1500. Place this. There we go. And then obviously if we put in grass, everything will look nice here. Just need to check this one, not this one there. There should be just -200. There we go. And obviously that part is not going to be shown anymore, or it's not going to be seen. So we could just put in floor around here. Duplicate. Floor number 7 is the grass. And then we could just go around right here. We have more control, and then onto the side as well. And then we're gonna put a bunch of grass here. And then just delete this. What we can do is put -200 height offset. So that's fun. Sorry, I want to see if I just put 200 right there. And then here, I want to connect them. To a 0. There we go. But that's something that is not going to be seen anyway. So I'm not worried. Only on this side now. I want it to be something like this. So I'm just going to place it similar to what we did here. We started at elevation 0. Sorry, so we're gonna create another one, not add the same thing. So surface, elevation 0. And then we could go elevate a bit. Connect them like that. 300 going up on this. 400. 500. And then going down now. 400. 300. 200. 100. 0 elevation, and then -200. -400. -500. -600. -700. -800. I want to double check how this one looks. I want to lower this down more. This one should be -700, -900, 1000. This one is negative 1200, and then this one should be negative 1500. Negative 1500. We just need to fix some of this because the negative 1500 is perfect going all the way down. I just need to edit the surface, connect them all together. So let's just connect them. Yeah, I can see that the gap there. And then just connect it right here. And then look at it at 3D. And then just connect them all together like that. Probably going to put this one as well to the proper location. I think that's good enough there. It's not connecting. Just want it to be onto this corner right there. Probably lower this down 400 there. So I think we're good with this. So what I'm gonna do, so let's just close this off. We're going to extend this one later on, but so far so good. We're done with what we have, and thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were working on our topo surface. We're gonna still working on this. I just want to extend this enough so that we have a lot of room to work on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just going to edit this part. I'm just going to extend this enough so that we have our room there, and then trim this off, and then let's see how this one connects. And we just need to edit it and just connect it like that. And then maybe we should just do this part right here. You know what, I'm just going to put it like this, and then because if we have our image right there, it doesn't look good to have something like this here. So might as well go to our site elevation and then just copy this. And then copy multiple times just to extend this to do the same thing all throughout. So you can nudge it in place and looks good to me. So even here we can even delete this one and then copy this part right here. So something that we can do so that everything looks nice snug it there, and then maybe we could add another one right here. There we go. And then obviously we need to add a street here. So let's go to level 1, and then from here, or we could even go to site, and then we know that this one is negative, I think 1200. Let's just get this one, negative 1500. So we're going to use that information onto our level 1, create a floor, so another floor, edit, duplicate it, leave it at 200, and then just change this one to one of those concrete floors or concrete material. And then here we could just put height offset negative 1500, and then we could just add this one right here. It's good if we have it onto the side so that we could fix it right here. So we could use this thing right here. What we could do is move it like that. Let's delete this and then just extend this part right here, and then we're gonna curve it onto this. So I'm just going to curve it a little bit like that. I want to cover that up, something like that there, and then maybe trim and extend right here, and then we could just put a line right here, and then just extend it a bit, and then trim it at the end right there. Click finish. Let's see how it looks. So that looks good right there. Just shift this a little bit so that we don't have a gap, and that's about it. So we have something right there, and then we're going to add a grass. So let's go right here onto the side, CS, and then let's put this one to like that right here, and then this will be floor number 7 because that's the grass floor that we just changed. So now we could just add multiple trees around here once we're in Twinmotion, and even here, so that we could have something to bounce off and to have the design there. I'm just going to fix this one. I just want maybe 900 right here, like that, and then maybe we could just have a curtain grid in the middle, and then just add the mullion. So we could just add that so it looks nicer and equal. I'm planning of adding a railing right here, at the same time adding this one. So let's go to level 1, and we could just copy this. So let's copy CO, and then let's add it right here and to this side as well. Let's rotate this 90 degrees, and then just add it right there, and then obviously we could just move this one and reduce the size if we want to. So I'm gonna move it onto this corner. Let's see how it looks. So that looks good right there, and then maybe a railing here So we could add, so here we can extend this. I'm going to extend it right here. Grab this one right there, and then grab this one. You can even align it so that everything looks good. And then here we could just manually push it back. There we go. So that's looking good right there. We could add in some flowers right here, or something that is decorative. And then here we need to add a railing. So go to architecture, railing, make sure this is pipe 2 because that's the one that we used there. Negative 200 because there's a step here, and then we could just add something like this right here. And then if you check, it looks like that. So something different that we have been doing. So I'm not gonna add a railing right here. That's something that I'm not going to do anymore. I'm just gonna extend this so that we have something right there. So that's looking good. And then we need to add a model text as well. So let's go to our south elevation. Let's go add our number, probably right here, and then we need to create our gate right here. So here, just go to architecture, click on model text, pick a plane. We're gonna select this wall and just add it for now. And then after that, select that, edit, duplicate. You can put house number. Okay, and then you could change the text, maybe 50 or 100, Arial, and then press OK, and then you have something like that. To change the material, change it right here. I'm gonna choose a metal material. I'm gonna pull it up, apply, and then OK. And then the depth, make it 25, and then the text we should put P13. There we go. So that's our number right there. Put it something right there, and then we could actually put in a scone, so a light wall mounted walls right here, so that it's showing. We could do that later on to have some detail, but I want to add the gate now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to south elevation again, select this, edit profile. We're gonna create an opening. So I'm gonna create an opening for us right here, and then from that opening we're going to our, so maybe 750 for the gate. And then here, delete this, SLTR, and extend, and then click finish right there. And then now we're gonna go and model it. So go to model, in place, and then generic model, press OK, and then OK, and then extrusion, pick a plane, make sure to choose this wall right here. We're gonna base it from there, and then change the material to something metal, use a random material that is metal, and we could just add something like that. We can change this so that we could see it much better. So we have something until here that we could add, and then we could just give some gap similar to what we have already on this side. So we have gaps there, and then we could use offset, so that's offset of maybe 50, and then press spacebar so that it's from the inside. Then there, click finish, and then it's gonna be a simple one, so we need to go to level 1, push it back half of that, and then create again, extrusion, set, pick a plane, and select this one over here, and we're just going to add something like that. And then we could create, so we have this one, click finish, same thing, and then now we could do is array this. So from here to, sorry, from, let's say, let's do this properly, so array this from here to the last. Maybe I want 15, then click finish. Let's see how it looks. So it doesn't look like it created 15, so let's edit that one. Let's do 10. There we go. And then if you change it again, it will create a different one, so maybe 16. I think that's good enough. Create finish, go right here, and then pull it up. So edit, pull up, go to site elevation, edit group, and pull it up. You could align it, AL, and then click finish. So because it's all group, it will change at once. So click finish, and then look at it at 3D. So something really good, very fast. So now let's work on this cone right here that I want to add. I want to go and do it from the south elevation, and then let's remove the transparency, and then now let's go and model this, model in place, generic model, and then extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're just going to select, set this one on this wall, extrusion, and then just very simple, a rectangular. We could put it right here, and then another extrusion. So here we could set the material first. Use really another metal material for this one. We have that already, so let's use this. I always change the material because it's easier for me to change it in Twinmotion afterwards. So if I don't like it, it doesn't change everything. So here I'm just going to a simple one. Maybe, yeah, let's go all the way. And then for this one, luminaire, luminance. There we go. Use this one and then click on finish, and then we need to go right here so that we can see the extrusion part, and then we could just have it like that. So AL, align it. There we go. And then it's up to us if you want to design it a little bit better. So that's looking good right there. And then you can even push it a little bit back. There we go. So that looks good. I'm happy with that. So I'm gonna click on finish, and then obviously you can add it in multiple areas. So it's up to you to do. And then what I want also is to add some decorative on this one. I'm thinking of adding a light right here onto this side, and then even right here as well, but I think that's overkill, so I'm just going to add it right here. So I'm gonna add it in place, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a sweep void. I'm going to pick a path. I'm going to select all this path right here from the inner side, and then click on finish, and then after that I'm going to edit the profile and then just create this profile right here. Very simple. I'm just going to have something like this. I'm gonna be like at least 30 by 30. So, and then it's around 75 from the crosshair. Click on finish, and then finish. Let's see, there's an error. Can't create sweep. So what I'm gonna do next is just a simple one, only on this part, because I think some issues we have on this side. So I'm just going to create this one only on this front part right here, and then let's see if there's an error again. And then I'm just going to add this one right here, 30, and then 30. Click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. So the issue is with this part right here, so that's fine. At least we have this one right here now. And then from here we could either paint it if we have the luminance right here, luminance, okay, and then we're gonna carefully click on tab, and you want to make sure that you're highlighting the ones that inside right there. There's only two, so I'm happy with that. It's already there, so I'm just gonna click finish, and then we have something like that now. So this will get lit. If we want, we could have something right here as well on this side. I'm going to go to south, and it's like I want to add like here, and then this one onto this wall. And then maybe I could copy this over to the other side. because I just want to add something right here so that I could put in some lights there. And there we go. At least we have some lights there. And then here as well. And then lights all over the place. So that looks good. We can even put the number right here if you want to. But I think this one, yeah, maybe on this part is much better. Right there. We go to south elevation and centered it properly. And then we could just copy this, edit in place, copy, and then just add it onto this side. And then just click finish, and then there we go. And let's double check. We have here, we don't have sidewalk though, so I'm probably going to add it now. Let's go to site, much better. So we need to make it bigger, this one. So I'm gonna make it bigger and then make everything bigger as well right here. So I'm gonna edit this boundary right here and then just add that one there. And then in terms of the sidewalk, I'm just going to have another model in place, or just I'm just gonna create a wall. I think that's good enough as well. And then just add in, so here another floor, edit, duplicate it, floor 9, then another concrete material, click apply, okay, and then okay again, and then just simply adding it onto this part right here. And obviously we need to, let's see if we could create a nicer one. Something like that. And then just trim and extend. And then delete this, and then maybe we could just copy it on the other side, and then just fix the part right here. I want it to be much better in terms of look. Let's fillet arc here on this part. Let's see if this will work. There we go. And then just extend this one a little bit to the end, and then right here as well. There we go. And then what we're gonna do next is just put this one to 1300, so it's above right here. If it's too high, I think it's too high, we could change the floor height to probably 100 only. And then now we just need to put this one to 1400. And then I just like to create some cappings there. So I'm gonna put is, I'm gonna model in place, generic model again. And then this one will be just a sweep. Pick path, and then just pick the ones right here. You don't need to do anymore. Edit profile, and then this one, another concrete material. Apply OK. And then here we just need to cap this off so that it looks nicer. There we go. And we just need to be consistent, maybe 50 here, and then I like doing this right here. This is 20, so 50, 20, and obviously 100 there. So we have the cap there. Click finish again. We could edit this one and then just click on the sweep again, and then the sketch path. Not sketch path, sorry, pick path. There we go. And then click finish, and then edit. This is 50. And then 20 on the fillet art. And then click finish, and then finish, and then lastly on this side, so that everything is consistent. Pick path, and then edit profile. This is 100, this is 50, and then fillet art. This is 20, and then just click finish, finish, and then finish. So everything looks good. I think we're ready to put it on sheets on the next video. So thank you for watching, and hopefully you like the video. Please like and subscribe. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up our drawing. One thing that I want to do is actually make this modification right here. So I just selected the floor, and then with that, you can increase the elevation of this. So I just want to do this so that we could see that the slope is really high here. So we have some grass patches right here, and then I'm gonna change this up with some rocks, and then at least we will have some trees around here, so something different. So now what we can do is we could, hold on, let's check this one south elevation. I want to make sure that this is all centered, so that's good enough. So now make sure to save this, and then let's go to level 1, and I'm gonna go and create an image. So here, drop down camera, and then create that image right there. We could center it a little bit more and then drop it a little bit. So we have that incline there. And then go back here while you're selecting this, and then we could increase it more so that the views are showing more. And then you can change this to realistic if you want. And as you can see, we have something that looks like that. So after this, what we can do is we could go to our view and then render this. We need to render this so that we could add it to our cover sheet. So here I'm gonna create just a draft. There are different kinds of settings that you could choose from. Of course, the best and custom are the most time consuming. So we're just gonna do draft for now, and then click rendering. It will just take a couple of seconds to render, and then we're gonna place it to our sheets later on. So it's just a better way of us adding the renderings right now, so that we don't need to worry about it later. And then here, after you do your renderings, you can save it to your project, and then it will create a rendering file here. And then you can adjust the exposure if you want to. So it's up to you to decide. Click apply and then OK, and then you will see the difference afterwards. So let's close this for now. Let's come back to level 1, and what I want to do is to make this 3D view my starting view. So we already created this as our view, and then this is our base for our rendering. But if we go to manage, I want, every time I open this, I want this to be my starting view. So here I'm gonna choose, and then we could do a 3D view. This is the name of that, so I'm gonna choose that and then press OK. And then now it's set that every time I open this, this will be the view that I'm gonna seeing. So right now we have this, and south elevation, everything is good now. We have our rendering right here. So now let's go and select our sheet. Right click here, click on new sheet. A0 metric is already loaded. I'm gonna use this, but if you need a different size, we have different title block sizes right here that you can choose from, or you can create your own. For now, I'm gonna use A0 metric and then press OK. And then now I'm gonna open this up. It's A101 is the one that we started from. You can change this, and actually Revit will recognize the change, and you can put A100, and then it will create a A101. So you could do is right click right here, new sheet again, and then as you can see, Revit recognized that sequencing. I'm gonna create 5 new sheets, and then the way you change the naming here is you could go right here and change. So ACD is the owner, Archcore Design, and then here project name, this is house for now, and then the cover sheet, you can put it right here. You can change it here as well, so you can double click that. First floor, and then here second floor. Of course, it's faster to do it right here because you don't need to keep on clicking on the title block, so that you will change here. So it's a lot faster. Elevation for this one, and then another elevation right here. So once you're done, you can go click on cover sheet. You can close this off, and then we only have our cover sheets all open. Now go to your rendering and then drag and drop. Here I'm going to select that, click on drop down, and then no title, and then double click it to expand it more. Double click again, and then as you can see, you have your rendering exploded right there. I think it's better to increase it more. I believe, let's go to 3D again, and I want to exaggerate this height more. I think this is much better to change, so maybe 5,000, and then here as well 5,000. And if we see it in our cover or in our 3D view, that's more current. So you can see we have that one all, and then we can cover this up with a lot of trees at the back. And then after that, let's go to our schedule, right click on this, and we're gonna create our new sheet list. One thing I want to do is sheet number first, so click it here, add parameter. If you, for example, click the unwanted ones, you can actually remove the parameter by selecting that and clicking on this red left arrow. And then here I'm just gonna add this one as well. So we have number and then we have name. Press OK, and then it will create our sheet list. You can go right here, and then you can change this name to drawing list. You can drag and drop it, and you can expand this, and as you can see, it's not looking good at the moment, so you can actually edit this. So select this one and edit, and then what we could do is select this one actually, and then edit here. And then here we're just going to go right here under appearance, and then we're just going to select this one. I'm gonna make it bigger, and then here I'm going to make it less. So now, and also actually under appearance as well, we need to uncheck blank row before data so that we don't have that gap there. So if we check it here, as you can see, we have a nicer sheet list, and it's updated in real time. So if you do any changes here, if you delete or if you add more sheets, it will clearly show here as well. So something to think about. There we go. So now let's go and go to our first floor. So now here we need to just check how this one looks first. So I'm gonna bring it in, and as you can see, it's too small. So I'm gonna delete it and go back to level 1. And here we need to change the scale. So let's check 1:200, and then go back here and drag and drop. 200, it make it smaller, so we need to go back to 1:50. And then now drag and drop it here, and as you can see, this is perfect, but we need to crop this. We don't need all the other information. So what we need to do is go to level 1. It's already 1:50, and here we need to check all of this, and then we need to drag this one up to the point that we need, and then we just need to pull it all together like that. And then if you don't want this one, just hide it. and then if you go back here, you can see that we have our first floor right here. I want to add a border line, so you could go to annotate, detail line, and then you could choose thin line, and then here you could just add maybe 20 by 20, and then here you have your proper gap. You can delete this one now, and you can drag this one into that area right there. Also, I want to change the name here. You can change the name here, but it will change everything, and I don't want that. I just want to change it on the title. So what you need to do is go right here under identity data. You have view name here, but we want a different name. So first floor, select it here, and then click apply. It will change here. Click the view so that we could grab this line right here, title line, and then we could put it here. So we have the scaling, and we have all those drawing numbers and drawing name. Let's go to level 2. Let's change the scale first and then crop it before we add it, because we already have the information. So here I'm just going to crop it a little bit more, and then uncheck this. You don't need to uncheck it, but it's going to be confusing if you have a border. This one is invisible, so even if you put it like that, it's not actually a border. Once you print it, it's not visible on the printout. So here, let's go to second floor and drag and drop level 2, and then let's go to first floor. I want to click on tab so that we can highlight all of the thin lines or the border line. So Control C and then Control V so that we have the proper, and then we don't need to do all those things again. As you can see, we have it all aligned right now, and we just need to put this one to that area, and at the same time we need to change the name. So select that. Here will be second floor, second, apply, and then here you could drop it a little bit and then select the view, second floor, and then R there, and there we go. And then we have third and fourth that we don't actually have third, because that third line is, third level is, it's not actually third and fourth, so we're just having 1 and 2, and then actually this should be the roof level. And then after this, what we can do is we need to go to our elevation. You drag and drop elevation first, and as you can see, we have it like this. I'm sure it's better to make it bigger, so I'm gonna clean that up first. Delete it here, go around here and change it to 1:50 as well. Let's open up the crop and then crop it. And then after that, it's up to you if you want different consistency. Here, it's better to have it like that. You can add it, this one, you can make it hidden. One thing that I want to do is to create or add the background, because for me it's looking good having that, and then turn on, and then you can even push it upwards, and it's up to you to showcase all of those. I'm going to do all the changes first before I add it again, because I already know that's the scale that I want to do, and that's the one that would fit inside our drawing. And then here, don't worry about cropping all of these grid lines and levels, as it will actually adjust. So here, if you notice, if we adjust it closer, it won't be cut off. So after this, I'm gonna put fine, hidden, and then graphic display again, and then just turn on the gradient background, and it will look like that. Go to south elevation, do all the cropping, and then the scaling. I'm gonna crop it up to here, turn the shadow as well. I forgot to turn off the shadow on the north side, so I'm gonna do it here as well, and go graphic display, turn on background and gradient, and then click apply. And then lastly, we need to change 1:50 to all the crops. Click on gradient for the background, and then turn on the shadow. And then after that, go back to elevation and just quickly add them all together. And then the next page will be south. Drag it right there, and then right here. And then now we could print, so click on the print or Control P. You choose your printer. I'm going to select all the views that we need to print. Make sure to put it back to combine, or else it will print separately. So usually when you're setting this up, it goes on this one, so make sure to check this one to be combined, and then uncheck this, check all, and then I usually create those preset. So here I'm gonna put full set, and then so that every time I need a full set, I could just quickly create this one, select this, and then I have my full sets already checked. It's up to you. It's usually projects has multiple or more than sometimes 100 drawings, so it's a good thing to have those sets already taken care of, so that you just need to just click on here and then everything will be selected. So here I'm gonna press OK, and then wait for it to print. And then once it's printed, we're gonna see how it looks. So I have it saved in my desktop, and let's look at it. As you can see, we have our cover sheet, drawing list, and covered photo. We have our first floor, and we have a border like that, and even our second floor. You can even hide this if you don't want the floor to be showing, so it's really up to you. And also we have our elevations. You can add a border line if you want to, and then put it all across on the left side, so that you have a lot of space for your general notes or keynotes right on the side. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to Photoshop all of our modeling, and then we add it all in the sheet. Now we're going to continue working on this. What we need to do is to send it to Twinmotion, but before that we need to save it, and then we need to make sure that this is undefined. And then here I have the Datasmith plug-in, and then the Twinmotion plugin. For this one, I just need to see in Twinmotion in order for me to open the latest Twinmotion. Or you could just, if you have it on your desktop, you can just double click the ones that you have there. The most important is to actually select Datasmith to export it. So basically I'm going to export it using, so here, after that we're gonna go to Datasmith. This is just for us to open it. So as you can see, there's nothing there yet. So after that, I'm gonna export to Datasmith file and then save it to the location that you want. I'm gonna put it in the Revit file that I have. I'm gonna call it house, and then save it. So now that it's saved, I can put it here now by importing. Click here and then click open, and then go to the location that you have it saved. So here I'm going to save it right here. Click open and then import. You don't need to do anything right here anymore. So import, and then just wait for it to be imported. And as you can see, we have everything like that. Select this one first to drop it down so that everything shows. And then once you have everything showing, you'll basically have it pulled down. The next thing we're gonna do is we're going to save it to the location as well. So Twinmotion, and then we're gonna put it house. And then after we save, let's sign in to Epic Games in order for us to use Sketchfab, Adobe, and then Megascans. So those are the stuff that you can use, and we will have all the available tools. So after this, let's add in our materials first. So here we have our glass. I'm gonna click on glass, clear glass, and then after that go to tint, make it tint, and then increase opacity. I kind of like it around 70 to 90, so that it bounces reflection of the trees that we're gonna add later on. And then after this, let's go to other material. I'm going to select the mullion. So pick material. So material picker, select that, and then here we're just going to change this one to the darker one because that looks much better. And then here, all of this, we need to select this material as well. There we go. We could put the number as well into this. And then maybe I need to push this back. So all of this, you need to be pushed back a bit. So I need to go, so let's save this first, and then I just need to go to Revit again. We need to edit and then select all of this. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it, align it to this wall. So So that's why I was like thinking, how come there's a gap there. So I'm just gonna fix this quickly. There we go. And then here as well. So align it to the wall. And then just push it back. There we go. That looks much better now. Select finish. And then here, data cement, export. Save it again. Ready? Yes. And then once you save it here as well. And then just reload it. There we go. So that's fix it. Let's put in more material right here. Here we have this material, birch. We're gonna put in, I'm gonna leave that birch there, looks nice. And then here I'm going to put this one and scale this. Lower the scale a little bit, so that looks good right there. And then here we need a different one, maybe stone material. That is our favorite, so maybe the lighter one, so this one. Doesn't look good for some reason, so I'm gonna just choose this one instead. And then for the stone right here, for the, so we could put in maybe this, scale it a bit, so we have that one. And then material picker again, I want to have this one to be added on that, and then change the speed to number 3, and then have this one as well there. And then maybe we increase the metallicness so that it's striking. The metalness to give it some gloss. And then here is very important, this is our light, so material neon, and then we're gonna put neon there. For that we need to glow it. There we go. So not too bright, because later on that will be too bright. So maybe, yeah, just enough to make it glow. And then we're gonna put the proper ones later on. And then this one, I want to add I'm thinking of wall covering, and then just satin paint, and then changing this to a gray paint. And then this one, we need to change this to be a wood material. And then scale it. I'm gonna choose a different one. Scale it a bit. I want a plank looking one, so I'm changing it up a little bit. Maybe this one will be good enough. But we need a veneer. Maybe this one would be good. Yeah, this one is good enough for that. And then obviously we need to change this as well. I want this one to be maybe a darker. And so if it's this one, I think that's good enough for that one. And then just leave this one as a lighter wood. In terms of this, the stone, maybe I could put this one at maybe a lighter one, and then scale it a bit, something like that. I'm thinking of a different one, so let's put this one a different pattern. And then other materials we're gonna use is this concrete fine right there, and then another concrete probably here, scale it, and then maybe ground, man-made. We're gonna use this one for this part, scale it a bit, and then concrete right here, and then maybe we could put something right here. I'm gonna put asphalt there, and cobblestone right here. We could rotate this 90 degrees. There we go. So that's looking good right there. Everything is working out properly. And then we're just gonna leave this one. I'm going to put wall covering and then satin white, painted white, so that looks good there. And then here, this will be grass. So I'm gonna put this one right here, and then grass part right there. And then here, this will be metal, so maybe a metal material right here as well, just to have those ones. And then we have the lights, and then here we need, I'm gonna put in the same wood right here. So I'm gonna pick this one and then select this one right there. So wood here, and then something like that. And then we're gonna put this one as well to the same aluminum black right there. And then as you can see, this one looks good there, so we're gonna leave it. And then we can start adding some decorative stuff here. So we should check this one. I'm gonna probably add this. I'm gonna place it nicely. And then maybe this one to this. There we go. And then add the same thing around here. So very subtle, but really looking good. And then let's add in, let's change the, so click on ambience, and then you want to make sure you go here, even in camera. This is very important. Camera effects, here you need to check this for sure. So very important to do. Here it's optional, but this is the way I like it, blue tint. As you can see, it looks drastically nicer. And then we have lumen. I'm gonna use lumen, path tracer as well. And then here we're going to check this one from time to time. So I'm gonna put it on low for now to see how everything bounces and everything looks. We need to put in grass here. So what I'm gonna do before that is to do the environment, and then here we're gonna turn on HDR enable. So we have sky tone, but we're gonna choose backdrop HDRI. After that, we need to lower this. So details, height offset, definitely we need. I think that's good right there. I'm gonna rotate this. So rotate. Something like that. So you can see it looks good with having those backdrop right there. And then projection offset, it's up to you. You can offset this one showing all of that, but I want it to lower because we're gonna add our own. And then check rendering from time to time. As you can see, this one is too much, so we're gonna make sure to lower that. So we need to go to material picker, and then here select that. There we go. The glow, let's put it at 5 for now and see how it glows. And then there you go. It's more subtle, so it looks much better. Let's go back to ambience, and then I want to see how this one reflects when we turn on when we're rotating the view. So environment, rotation. Just checking a proper background. This one is good enough, so I'm gonna definitely choose this, and then some some of the grass later on. So let's save this for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the materials and we added some decorative pieces like all those bushes right there. Now we're going to continue working on this, and I want to concentrate on adding all those vegetation. So now let's go back right here and select, and here we need to go actually to populate. I want to add some foliage, maybe paint. I'm gonna do paint instead, or actually scatter, because we have a lot here that I just want to scatter the grass first. I'm gonna use long grass and then select that the size is good enough, and then just selecting this and check all the details. So now let's just click here, maybe lawn. Let's use this, select this and select this scatter tool and just click it. I don't like the background here, which is this one. So I'm gonna undo this first, and then here let's go back to material, ground, nature, and then the grass. I think it's better to have this one right here, and then just go back to populate, scatter, and then go to nature, vegetation, grass, and let's use long grass instead, this one, and select this one. And then just continue clicking it, and then obviously it's gonna go over, and then we're gonna mix it up with some rocks and those kind of stuff. Here I'm gonna put some rocks here. And then let's change the speed to number 4, because we have a lot here. And then the others, you just need to select all of those and it will populate, because these ones are different batches. Even this one, so something that we did, we have different topo surface when we're creating this, and then I think that is good enough on others. Some of this we're going to hide by using rocks, so we have something like this, or a little bit small. We can resize this. I'll click on shifting it and pushing it back, something like that. There we go. Copying it and then just pushing it a little bit there. There. Just adding a little bit of those would greatly give a nice detail on our drawing. So it's a nice touch there. Adding it there. And we need to add some grass here as well. But we need to remove some onto this area. So let's change this diameter right here. There we go. Just cleaning it up. Then let's add a small one right here. And rotate this. Rotate this one right here. That's looking good. I'm happy with this and the added stones that we added right here. Okay, so we're going to add this again onto these spots. Actually, let's not do that anymore because it's going all over the place and we need to have, I don't want to do some cleanup anymore, but it's up to you if you want to do that. There's just too much of that there. Here, because there is luminance, the light fixtures, those colors needs to be to a different temperature. There we go. That's giving it a nicer feedback on that. And then let's add in the lights. So let's add lights right here, and then we're gonna add spotlight right here. Pull it up, and then let's change the intensity to 5 only, and then temperature a little bit. then just add it, and then 3 times. There we go. And then add here as well. And then the color temperature is something around 3000. Just quickly add all of this right here. Right there. And then on the top as well. Five right here. And 3000 for the color temperature. So that's added there, and then another spotlight for this, and same idea. Copy it, and then copy it here. I'm just gonna push it back a little bit. And then let's look at it and how it reflects. So as you can see, it looks nice. I'm probably going to add one more at the back right here, or probably inside the house, just to give it some light there. So you could use this one as well. Copy it like that. And then just push it back. Here we could just add the light, and then here, this is 5, and then the temperature, put it down. And then now once we have it, as you can see, this one looks good. We have some lights there, and then inside. So now, what we can do is to add the trees at the back. So let's go to vegetation, and let's look for a tree that we want. So this one looks really good. I like the way this one is, so I'm gonna quickly add everything up. We can definitely do scatters and paint this, but for now I'm gonna use this so that I have more control. And I could add a little bit more. As you can see, by just adding a little bit more, it looks really good now. And then here we could change the age. We You could definitely make some bigger and smaller. There we go. There we go. So at least we have some changes in heights. And because we have this one right here, and we're going to add something right here in the front. So that it could bounce into our window and give us a good reflection. There we go. Let's add in some cars. You could use this and just rotate it. Just the only problem that we are having is once we're adding the car, it's actually rotating back. And I'm just going to manually do it. There we go. I think that's good enough. We have the car, then you could push it back a little bit more. Let's do that so that there we go. Yeah, so as you can see, that looks good. We could add one big tree here, so why not add a bigger tree on this side? For the age, I think this is good enough. We're going to have a lot. Yeah, just two of them that are fronted centered. And as you can see, it looks really good. Make sure to save it once in a while. And I could actually push this one a little bit at the back. And just sliding it on the side. There we go. That's good enough. I want to see how it looks, so let's check. And that one really looks good, so I'm gonna put in high resolution, higher render rate, and the bounce of the lights are really good. Even the ones that are inside, it's giving more better looks for us. Okay, I'm happy with that. This one, let's make it maybe 10. Okay, so 10 on that. I just wanted to see it much better. And when we create an image, we're gonna create it like that. And it's still with this way, having all of this, we have a lot of things that are looking good. So now we're gonna create our videos. So with that, let's go to media. We're gonna create the image. So here we're gonna select our image first. So usually I start in the front, so something like that. Click image and then create another one, and then create image again. And then here create image as well. And then after that, make sure to turn on in high or whatever settings you want, and then refresh it. And then here as well. And then refresh it. And you want to make sure you're in high or whatever settings you are in. You can change the exposure. As you can see, you can add in more if you want to push it back a little bit. I'm going to push it back a little bit. Refresh it and then put it again there. So it's a lot easier for you to see the changes that you created. Okay, and then after this, I want another one actually. I want it right here, but I want to put this one back first before going to change here. I want to go to camera and then focal length to have it on that. So bigger, more zoom image. Select that and then put it in path tracer. So you're just turning on the path tracer here, and then you can create duplicates as well. So let's create a duplicate of this, but instead with a different environment. So weather wise, and then I'm going to refresh this, and then we still have the other one saved properly. This one is snowing. this one is regular, and then maybe another one, another duplicate. This one is raining. And then just save it again. And let's go. We quit media, and then here we're gonna start our video. So let's go to video, and then here we're gonna start it from here. I want to go select that, go front, click here, let's make it 7 seconds. I want this view going here, and then going here. That's 10 seconds, that's fine. Just a quick forward, maybe like a 4 second. And then here, going up. Six seconds. Some still image. Or maybe just going down a little bit. You can put it at 4 seconds. Here, and going across. That's 7 seconds. And then going inside a little bit with a different angle. We put it at 4 seconds. And then now going out. That could be 7 seconds. And then here as well. Or make it on this side now. Let's just leave it like this. And go back. And then here we're going to just put it at 5 seconds. And then go back here, and you can duplicate this. And then rename the other one. So reel, and then the other one should be shorts. And then here we're going to change to custom. This is 700 by 1000. You can double check here. Okay. So everything looks good. I'm happy with that. You can save this now, and then once you save, go to export and then select everything. So go here, all videos, and then images, select all as well. And then once everything is selected, click export, and then just save it to the location that you want to. I'm gonna put it right here and save it. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.